crashing into each other, only 'cause it's all we know. Wanna fall into the same way we were long ago. Nothing really stays the same, but everything is gold. to play your own game. Cover it up, don't let them know what you're thinking. I bet you never tell them how it feels. I bet you never even try to be real. You won't go fooling me twice now, baby. I'm sorry, that's the way it is. You won't go fooling me twice now, baby. I'm sorry, that's the way it is, yeah. Don't you think like that? I will love you endlessly. If you don't believe in me, don't you be like that? I will love you forever. If you don't believe in me, yeah. I told you once, baby, I told you once what I know. You got to let it go. I told you once, baby, I told you once what I know. You got to let it go. You won't go fooling me twice now, baby. I'm sorry, that's the way it is. You won't go fooling me twice now, baby. I'm sorry, that's the way it is, yeah. Don't you think like that? I will love you endlessly. If you don't believe in me, don't you be like that? I will love you forever. If you don't believe in me, yeah. Tell me that you wanna stay, baby, just don't walk away. I need you now, fade it out. All the time we spent alone, fighting through the firestorm. Don't let me down, I need you now. Cause I'm feeling worn out, it's getting to me. Lost some heart trying to get on my feet. Caught in the madness, I feel you somehow. Don't let me go, I need you right now. I wanna be next to you, you wanna be next to me. Holding our paper hearts, fading out broken dreams. I wanna be next to you, you wanna be next to me. Holding our paper hearts, fading out broken dreams. I wanna be next to you, tell me that you wanna stay, baby, just don't walk away. I need you now, fade it out. All the time we spent alone, fighting through the firestorm. Don't let me down, I need you now. Cause I'm feeling worn out, it's getting to me. Lost some heart trying to get on my feet. Caught in the madness, I feel you somehow. Don't let me go, I need you right now. I wanna be next to you. You wanna be next to me. Holding our paper hearts, fading out broken dreams. I wanna be next to you. You wanna be next to me. Holding our paper hearts, fading out broken dreams. I wanna be next to you.
아프리카 TV 프리급 스튜디오 라이브 2020 GSL 시즌 2 코드 S The Coming Storm.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to another day of GSL Code S. This is Group C, the round of 16. We're halfway through this phase of the tournament. It's been incredible so far. The games have been epic, and I think today will be no exception.
Yeah, this group is pretty badass. I guess that's just a quality of the round of 16, truly.
Yeah.
The round of 24, obviously, we have plenty of one-sided games, but the round of 16 is just...
Mwah! It's been
Beautiful.
really good, man.
The mouthfeel is 100%.
We have lost all the non-Korean players, so the only foreigners here are you and me casting this. Unfortunately, Special and Scarlet were both knocked out, but... I don't know. We'll see what happens today. Protoss seem to be having a little bit of a hard time this season of GSL as well.
That being said, my vote for easily the best Protoss in the world right now is playing tonight. And if he can't get out, can anyone get out? I mean, any Protoss player. I mean, because we know Terrence.
We know that nobody gets out. It becomes this weird feature where some players in the round of 8 get buys.
That would be so terrible. That's when you really know you got a dead game.
Yeah, but I mean, this season's been great. This year's been great for StarCraft 2. I feel like the game is really in a better spot than it's ever been in. The meta has become very interesting. We're having a lot of transitions here. We are seeing some of the Protosses that seem to do well, either getting even cheesier or going into these more late-game approaches.
Yeah.
And for me, the Protoss meta right now is the most... I'm always interested in whichever race is not doing well, how they're trying to come up with a solution.
Yeah, and it can be a difficult spot for Protoss because they just don't whine as much as the other races, which is oftentimes what they do to get out of hard situations.
Yes.
I guess we'll see about that. This is our round of 4 so far. DRG versus Innovation, TY versus Parting. Some great matches there.
Yeah,
DRG Innovation, I'm like very excited about.
What year is it?
Could be any year.
TY versus Parting here as well.
I mean, not the 1800s, but you know,
No.
like more recent years, yeah, it could be one of those.
That's right. That's when they had to play StarCraft pen and paper edition. Rolling the dice.
Courier StarCraft.
That's right. We've got a quick video, then we'll be hopping into our games.
자, 이어서 세 번째 시드권은 조성주 선수입니다. 자, 조성주 선수 마이크 잡아주시고.
일단 그냥 저그 선수 중에 한 명 뽑고 싶어요.
지금 남은 저거들을 보면은 저 강민수 거기다 이병렬 선수와 박영우 선수가 좀 있거든요. 셋 다 좀 강력한 선수인데
딱 생각하는 한 선수가 있긴 있어요. 그 선수가
네.
맞을까요? 네?
그 선수 있잖아요.
한
뭔가
선수가 딱 떠오르는데
이제, 브레인 저그.
맞지 않을까요?
아!
네, 근데 저도 예상을 일단 어느 정도 해서
네.
근데 제가 다음 픽으로 아마 성호 형 뽑을 것 같아가지고
오!
괜찮을까 고민되네요.
조성우를 뽑겠다라는.
성호 형이 어떻게 생각하는지 궁금하네요. 근데 민수라면은 상황 봐서 언제든지 마음이 바뀔 수 있는 친구라 생각해서
오!
모르겠네요. 별로 거부감 들거나 이러진 않아요.
오, 데려가도 된다예요, 그러면요. 자, 박영우 선수냐 아니면 강민수 선수냐?
포기했던 선수냐? 신뢰.
야!
제가 무슨 말을 해도 뽑을 걸 알고 있긴 해서.
아.
근데 제가 지금 남은 선수들 중에 제가 시청하기 제일 쉬운 선수가 그나마 조성호 선수라고 생각을 해가지고
네.
아마 그 전에 뽑히지 않는 이상 저는 무조건 뽑을 것 같아요.
예, 알겠습니다.
이재성 선수가 아니라
누굴 뽑을까? 이재선 선수.
이전에
뽑아버렸네요.
이전에 협박을 했던 대로.
사실 오기 전부터 성호 형 뽑으려고 했는데 이게 또 딱 성주가 뽑아버려가지고 어쩔 수 없게 됐네요.
네, 근데 어차피 뭐 첫 상대로 만나는 게 아니기 때문에 그냥 뭐 상관은 별로 없는 것 같아요. 같이 올라가면 되겠다.
둘 다 올라가는 작전이 있어요.
네. 자, 이렇게 그룹 7까지 조성우 선수 마이크 잡아주시고 이제 남은 선수가 이병렬이랑 조중혁 선수도 있거든요. 그래서 또 이병렬 선수까지 오게 되면 같은 팀원 파티가 돼버려가지고
네, 뭐 저는 뭐 선택지가 없는 것 같은데.
선택지가 아예 없죠.
을 고르면
이러면
라운드 오브 16 마루 솔라 트레 드림
Okay, we're moments away from getting this started. As always, until we get to the round of 8, it is the group stage, so we'll be setting the pace for who goes to the winners and the losers. I'm especially curious about how exactly Dream will perform. I think it's as good as he's looking. I think he is outmatched. He is outclassed here by these other players. I'm most curious to follow Trap as well and see what his approach is going to be here today.
Yeah.
And then Solar, you can always be excited about. He's a great Zerg player. He really does have his own touch. And Maru is a player I think everybody is expecting to have advance. If he doesn't, that will be a shock. But in the last 2 years, we've had a lot of major upsets as far as who ends up getting to the round of 8.
Yeah.
Some players eliminated very early on. You know, the competition really is quite fierce here for the top 24 in Korea.
Yeah. This group is pretty crazy, too. It's just like, it's really hard to say how any of this will go. I kind of have a quiet prediction in the back of my head that Dream's going to make it out because I think that there is this little possibility that everyone is still underestimating him. But we'll talk more about that as we get to his match.
I guess today will be the day we'll find out if that's the case, because this is a group where I think on paper he looks like he would be...
He looks outmatched.
Absolutely outmatched.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, this does happen where we are underestimating a player, and then a couple more seasons, it's like, all right, he's way better than we expected. And we have to recalibrate our expectations.
Yeah. Now, Maru picking up Solar here, I'm not like super surprised about that. Maru is generally the best TVZ player in the world, and Solar was the weakest out of those 3 Zergs. But I think that this is going to be a very interesting match, especially like what I'm very interested in is that's all I say for the rest of my casting career, Case. This takes 2 years for them to fire me. What idiots. But yeah, Solar likes some of this lurker play in ZBT.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's still really unexplored. It's not totally mapped out. It's not, you know, we don't know exactly. It feels a little bit volatile still, so I'm really hoping we see it against Maru here.
It doesn't seem like, it seems like it can be abused in the fact that you can be pretty fast with it, but it's not that mobile. But
Yeah.
I like what Solar's always really.
He's on the edge of that.
I'll talk about this more after we hop in our game. Ice and Chrome is map number 1. This is Maru versus Solar. Let's go.
경기가 준비되었다. 한번 시작해 볼까?
Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing?
I have this awesome idea in my head. You're like, oh, I'll talk about that in a minute. Here we go, Solar versus Maru. And I was thinking, wouldn't it be great if instead of being quiet for these parts,
Yeah.
제네어 그린윙스 마루 조성주.
that we just, instead of that, like, we're like, you know what? No, this show is about what we have to say. And then we just talk louder when this stuff comes on. Ready? Watch this. I'm going to do it for this one. See?
Okay.
So, and then we just start talking like this when the thing comes up, and we keep doing that and we see how far we can push our producers so that we just get muted. They have to mute us every time a voice plays. Like, wow, they're really ruining the show. Anyways, that's why I was laughing.
Oh, okay.
All that went through my head, tasteless.
That is pretty funny. You're just screaming during the loud parts. Like, there's this part in the early part of the game where it's really loud, and so we just have to kind of raise our voices and shout over it.
We're the best at yelling over the in-game stuff. Oh, my God. Anyways, yeah, what were you saying about whatever you were talking about, Tasteless?
Oh, we're talking about Solar's Lurker play and how cool that is. And it does seem like it can be effective, but it's a harder unit composition to do correctly. You know,
That's what it seems like,
Lurkers are units where, I mean, siege tanks are kind of like this, but people are quite good with them, where if you catch them and they're not sieged up, they're not ready, they can die pretty quickly. But I think Terrans have to be so good with siege tanks in general that where Lurkers, I think it's a little bit harder for Zerg to have the hang of.
Yeah. Well, you have to reposition them quite a bit.
Right.
And we definitely see people get outmaneuvered. You have to be pretty darn exacting with them. But Solar's always on the bleeding edge of new unit compositions. Like, always, guys. This guy literally started Hydra Bane against Protoss. Like, he's the guy that used Swarm Hosts for a full year before anyone else caught on. So, and that's with Nidus as well. Although Biel, I think, was the first person to ever show that. But yeah, no, it's very exciting to see because I want to see more of it. There's a lot of different approaches people are taking in Zerg vs. Terran right now.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of room for creativity with this matchup. Even though this part of the game always looks like this, I think as the game develops, it does become really, really, really interesting.
Yeah. You know, for instance, against Bio, right? You can see just Ling Bane into Ultra. You can see Ling Bane Hydra. There's all manner of different Roach plays that you can do, right? You can do Roach Ravager. You can go Ling Bane Ravager. You can go Ling Bane Muta. And then, of course, we have these Lurker plays that are popping out. And for the end game, we've seen everything from Ling Bane Hydra into Broodlords or into Ultra. And then we've seen just the pure Ultra play late game from someone like DRG. Yeah, there's a lot of different things that can occur if the Zerg does not die right off the bat. So I'm very excited for this match because, like, I feel like Maru's supposed to win, but I also feel like we're on the brink of someone figuring out how to correctly play Lurker style, and it could be Solar.
Well, he is the player that always has the alternative approach, you know?
Yeah, he is. So that's a cool
I'm really
match because of that.
Yeah, I'm really excited, with these two players here, because I think if Solar can beat Maru, it's fair to say he can beat Dream. So, I think whatever the best TVZ is, or ZVT, excuse me, that we have here, we'll probably see it here from Solar, because Solar probably hoping to win here and then just get out in the winner's match.
By the way, a blast from the past here. 2-Factory Blue Flame Hellion. We're back in 2011 right now.
Yeah, how funny is this? Bringing out a totally anachronistic build. Is he going to get that over?
We saw this one time last week. This same type of build.
It's funny how this works, where sometimes you can bring back something that did work a long time ago, and it's oftentimes because the meta has changed a little bit, where this weird unit set actually does have the opportunity to come in here and do some damage early on.
Yeah. And you know what I kind of like about this as well?
Yeah.
Is, like, Maru's going to put on some pretty heavy pressure with the 2-factory Blue Flame, right? And even though his opponent sees it's coming, it's not, you don't look at this and say, oh, I guess he's going to lose now because his opponent knows. It's like, okay, well, I guess he's not going to kill every drone. That's probably a good thing for the game. But he's kind of starting off with 2 factories. So he has a lot of options. Like, does he hit that 2-2 siege tank push with like 8 tanks? You know, if it's Lingbane Hydra, he has that opportunity. Or he can very easily get into Drilling Claws if it's Lingbane Muta he's against. Yeah, I like the transitions that are available because of this opener. Gosh, I'm just in a good mood, Tasteless.
It's going to be a good day, Artosis.
I feel like I could talk all day about the various things I'm excited about.
Did your stream go well? Why are you in a good mood today?
I accidentally gained like 2 ladder points over the course of the stream instead of losing 200, so that was probably
good.
it.
That's good. Looks like we're going to have a dive in here. No, the Hellions are pushed back. Stim's about to finish. You don't have to try to kill all the workers with the Hellions if you don't want to. You can just use these to pair into another attack.
Yeah.
Just have them reinforce the Stim Marines. Keeping the creep down enough is worth it. You know, the Lings can try to surround here. The problem is the blue flame really does just obliterate them so quickly. Good control here by Maru. Losing a little bit more than half.
Solar too, I would say.
Solar did a good job. 22 Lings are taken out for 5 Hellions. And now we're going to have Banelings and Morlings coming up here.
Yeah.
Now Maru's taken his 3rd. So we had the creep controlled, we had a little bit of pressure. You know, when you kill the Lings, they do have to remake some of them. But they're both on 3 bases now, and so at this point in time, we need to have Zerg take the 4th, which is going to be adjacent to the main. And my bet is that we're going to have Maru try to push out here.
Yeah. Like, he's making 2 tanks at a time, and he's kind of powered up. So maybe the push is just slightly slower than normal, but he already has Stim. As 1-1 finishes up, I mean, I wonder if he's going to actually push on 1-1, or he's going to wait a little bit longer. Probably at least some pressure on the creep tumors and everything, but he still has the Hellions doing that as well.
Yep, again, the Hellions just continuing to roam and try to control the creep. Doesn't look like we have any setup for a counterattack or anything like that. And I like this play here by Solar, just having an Overlord come out here and dump creep out in the front.
Awesome.
I mean, a lot of this is going to be reliant on, you know, how much surface area does Zerg have where their speed, you know, the speed they gain from the creep is there. So I think this is a good way to jumpstart trying to have a good position. Now, the creep is not connected over to there just yet. We're moments away from that happening, but so is his push.
Now look how sharp this is. His Baneling speed's about to finish, and 10 meters are about to pop out.
Right.
So even though this is a scary push, Solar has the types of things that he needs.
Yeah, this is a pretty good wrecking ball against the Terran army, but we'll have to see how good the control is from Maru. I'm expecting it to be near perfect.
A lot of transfusions being used on that spine. It does have to be pulled back. The Hatchery taking
low.
damage. He's going to lose it. So it looks like this is not quite quick enough. But this is a complete rout on the army. So yes, he lost the 4th, and a lot of times we'll look at that and say the game is very Maru favored, and because it's Maru, maybe it still is, but that's the type of thing you need to do to the army if you want to have a chance to still win the game.
It is a funny trade-off where you kill off their expansion, but they kill off most of your army. Sometimes it ends up with the player who lost the army, they can end up behind.
It can happen, yeah.
But I think with Maru's position, he's turtled up pretty well.
Yeah.
I think he got out with enough. You know, had those medevacs been picked off, maybe it'd be a different story, but
no real counter potential,
yeah,
right? That's the issue.
Yeah, my take on this is that Maru's going to sit back and wait for the expansion to be set up again and just come in there and hit it once more. And I think that's actually just a really good way to play the game.
Absolutely.
It's one of the most
really
straightforward ways to kill a Zerg is just deny the expansion over and over, get bigger, keep upgrading, stay ahead.
I think you basically just aim for 2-2 max out and push out again. You know, that's always a very solid way to play. But you know what? Solar's flying around with a good amount of flying around with Lings. Flying around with a good amount of mutas right now. Continuing to tech up, we have the Infestation Pit about to finish.
The 4th base is equally as important here for Terran. I mean, one thing about the 4th base in this matchup is that's usually more counter-attackable than the 3rd is. Pretty easy for Terran to set up and turtle on 3 bases, but every additional base after that is a little bit easier to just hit with small groups of units like Zerglings or having Banelings run in to kill the workers. But again, we're at the point here where I'd say Terran is slightly favored here, unless Zerg can really take a fight and win.
Yeah. Gotta say, though, gotta give some shout-outs to the creep. Look at how well spread it is at the moment, considering Maru has been working on it some this game. And I mean, Solari's got a really healthy drone count. His upgrades are really on time this game, so his +2 carapace is like almost lined up exactly here with the +2 attack, which is kind of the most important 2 upgrades. So he's doing a lot of things really well, but when this push comes out, he's got to hold on, right? His ultras are not going to be ready. He's going towards them, but they will not be ready for the next attack.
We have a lot more banelings that have been made here as well. Maru played pretty conservatively after poking out the 4th. Zerg is doubling down efforts on trying to expand and grow here. We also have 2-2 finishing for Terran, so this is probably a pretty ideal moment to try to push out. All your upgrades are done. You can see the Muta's looking for a counterattack. It would be impossible to counterattack in there with Lings or Mutalisks, and now the army is going to push here. The nice job there taking out the Widow Mines. There's a lot of creep to try to hack your way through. Is Maru going to commit here? This is a lot of creep, man.
Yeah, it really is. Like, can you actually clear that all the way? Well, he's got to do something. You can't just let him march across,
now,
so we have to see a little bit of scuffling here.
Now look at Maru being really smart here. He's now taken the second half of his army that was there to prevent a counterattack. He's realized, okay, there's nothing that's going to try to come in and hit me, so let's take everything else and try to move it down here now. He now knows where the Mutalisks are. And the Mutalisks are not with the army, so this might be a good moment to try to push in here. Plenty of Widow Mines back here, and Maru basically, with like the best control you could ask for, is just chipping away at this giant death ball. And the reinforcements are going to be here before this first half of the army can be taken on. And I wonder if this is where this army can actually like sledgehammer past this point. You know, oh my God, and the Thor's, oh my God.
That's crazy.
It's so dirty.
3 health.
Each Thor is
dirtiest.
1 or 2 hits away from being killed, but it's still in the game. It's still able to do a little bit of extra damage. Good juggling with the medevacs here. This is pretty insane. Now, the army seems to be getting smaller and smaller here from Maru. You have to imagine that Solar can muster more banelings behind this over and over, but
well, he's trying to get some ultras in here too. If he can just get ultras out, but I mean, you see how much he's had to basically give to Maru here. He has to keep fighting a little bit, or Maru will run him over. But he needs that next level of tech. These baneling hits, not really the best. Ridiculously strong pickups from Maru here. He's setting up a very difficult area.
Now, this is a great moment to counterattack. Now that there's a weak spot, an imbalance on the map here, which Solar can come in here and exploit. He's hitting down all these units. These units, of course, will not be used to try to hold off the push, but it seems like it's worked. The army from Maru is pulling back here, and I'll tell you what, Solar never lost any bases after that 1/4 that was killed off here. So Solar with an incredible amount of income here on the map.
I just got sick chills from that.
Yeah.
That was... So I'm actually getting goosebumps all over my legs. Like, I can't even believe what a beautiful play this was from Solar.
It was really good.
He lost his 4th base. He scuffled over and over and over. He just avoided big Widow Mine connections, right? That's basically all he could do against that crazy army moving in. And then that counterattack we just saw that forced Maru to turn around, suddenly this is a game that Solar's looking good in, right?
Yeah.
It's not that Maru's looking bad, but Solar has a lot of the map. His creep spread is pretty reasonable. He has his ultras out. He's about to finish +3 melee.
This is incredible. And, you know, yeah, with the ultras out, they didn't even have to come out at the last second to try to hold off the attack. I think this is going to be a really difficult game for Maru to try to win from here on out. But, again, Maru does kind of flourish in these situations as well. He really is able to endure quite a bit of punishment and still outlast his opponent. I like the drop that's coming in over here, but it looks like Zerg always has just enough, just in time.
Well, we are on creep, so, you know, it can get over there pretty quickly. The Muta's going to come in and help clean this up as well. More Lings being made. Very high drone count, very high SCD count right now. Both sides getting ridiculous upgrades, of course. And a lot of ghosts being added in right now.
Solar taking 6 o'clock here on the mini-map. I'm trying to imagine Terran either taking 12 o'clock or getting that location in the bottom right. It seems like every base from here on out is going to be a real struggle for Terran to acquire, you know, just positionally on the map, especially with the creep spread as good as it is here. If Solar can fill in the lower right here as well, I think it's going to be very easy for Solar to control this game from here on out.
Yeah, you definitely could be right about that. Like, this is a beautiful game, though. Just watching this, the fundamentals of both players, immaculate. We
Yeah.
are watching this is an amazingly high-level game. This might be, like, we've had some awesome games this season, but just watching both of them play, I'm like, damn, you are both playing, like, just perfectly.
Yeah, I love the snipes, by the way, with those mutas. Knowing he has enough to one-shot those those Widow Mines there. Now, 12 is... There's a sneaky play up here. 12 is just going to be... Oh, no, never mind. He sees it.
Not sneaky
Wondering
enough.
if that, you know, sometimes these bases, if you don't find them right away, they can set up the defense there, and then you're in for a much longer game.
All right, coming over here, defending a little bit of his creep. Looks like Solar thinking about maybe trying to hit that base. Not gonna do it though. Still kind of running around now. This is where it's becoming a little bit interesting, right? Because we see this similar type of composition as to what DRG had, but that was a very back and forth game with a lot of swings, like running around doing powerful moves. Both of them have almost played too well. There's nothing really scrappy about this game anymore. So, like, for instance,
Oh
he's
my
attacking
God.
in right now. Is this going to be a good play?
We saw a lot of Banelings get sacrificed on the Thor.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is efficient enough, but, you know, right now, I almost called Solar dark, by the way, as I was casting this, because it looks so much like a good dark end game.
Kind of does.
Well, Solar pops off the top base there.
Yeah.
There's something going on. Oh, yeah, just a Ling attack over here in the lower right. But, look, you're keeping Maru restricted here.
Yeah, yeah.
And
He gave up a lot to do that, but
Yes.
I think it was probably worth it.
But I think that's what Zerg has to do once they
Yeah.
get enough bases up here is you need to use your income there to bludgeon the Terran over and over and
Yeah.
then just keep them from stretching any further on the map, because this is the moment where I think Terran does become more brittle.
Yeah, well, that's the question with Ling Bane Ultra, right? Because it's
Yeah.
actually hard to do full frontal attacks with this because the AI just gets screwed up because everything's a melee unit. It's very hard to actually do an attack, whereas you can clear up things on creep. But in a situation where Maru's not walking onto creep, you still have to make this composition do something.
Right.
So we just saw like that double-pronged attack, and I mean, that was good. That did pretty well for Solar. But how do you finish the game with this? Do you finish the game with this, or do you go for a different composition?
It's a good question.
Like, are we going to see a switch? We see Corruptors out. There's, of course, always the chance that eventually we see Broodlords.
One other thing to note here is there's basically no more bases left for Zerg. It's pretty hard to imagine a game where Zerg, for instance, takes like the lower right. So a lot of this is going to be just trying to keep Terran off bases and Zerg trying to vacuum up all the resources possible. And I think smash these exterior places over and over and over again until Terran runs out of money.
Yeah.
And that
Now-
is a balancing act, using
Totally.
Baneling like this, like you were saying.
Well, you see this attack that we just saw right there, right? It's like Solar has what we could call the lead. It definitely looks like a lead, and against 99% of Terran Pro gamers, this would be. But that attack we just saw, right? 2 Ultras and a bunch of Banes, what did it kill? Like nothing, basically? Because it's so hard to attack into these turtled up areas with this. So, you know, this is the type of situation where Maru excels really, really well, right? Like, he knows to stay back and use his snipes and utilize building placement and marauders and things like that to make this as cost and efficient as possible.
We have actually a push coming out here. I was wondering if we're going to have Maru try to just squeeze out and expand, or is he going to try to actually come out? I'm sorry, he's not going to push. He's going to use this as a foothold, where it's harder for the Zerg to try to come through.
Yeah, I think it's just critical that he goes very slow.
Oh my God. This is so many Banelings.
That is a
This is an ocean of Banes moving out here. But I'll tell you what, with those Widow Mines there, actually that's still not enough. I love the Corruptors in here as well.
Yeah,
you
the
can just
Corruptors.
take out the Medivacs, and if the orbital lifts,
Yeah.
you kill it with the Corruptors. If it's a planetary, then you, what is it called where the Corruptors barf on them? I actually don't know the name of this.
Corruptor Vomit.
Corruptor Vomit onto the planetary.
No.
I don't know.
God, it'll come back to me.
Whatever.
But
People,
either way,
people who know the ability names are nerds.
yeah, no, those guys are
Yeah.
nerds.
So, yeah, I mean, it's a good way
I hope
to.
he gets zoom for his medevacs.
Oh my God!
But yeah,
I think Solar's going to win
so
this.
What you said about the Corruptors, I want to double underline. They're the only unit gaining value for Solar.
Correct.
Everything else, he's trading at a deficit, mostly. occasionally you see Banes actually hit, and you're like, well, I guess some of those Banes were efficient. But
Yeah.
like for the most part, his army is like not trading particularly well, but those Corruptors definitely are. So definitely an important part of this composition right now. But again, killing your opponent with Banelings, dude, every time they attack, they die. Okay, it's an issue. Look at these mines.
This is the mines are the MVPs of these fights right now for Terran.
Look at this. You leave the spread out Marauders as best you can. It's so many Banelings that it looks like carnage, right? He's rolling through and you're like, nothing can stop this. It's like a cinematic. But then you're like, oh wait, that was pretty inefficient for him. So even though I lost a lot, as long as Maru just calmly plays this like he's playing in it, I think that there's still a shot for him in this game, even though this is scary stuff from Solar.
And just to go big picture here, because this is a kind of a complicated concept for a lot of people, but you know, Zerg has had more of the map, which means that they will mine out more quickly, but the unit comp, again, is Banelings mostly. And Banelings, if they don't connect with their targets, you've gotten no value out of them. Whereas most units, you can get value out because they're both sides will deal damage to each other, and then you know, if you were better off with your army, then you come out on top. But with this, Zerg can end up looking dominant and then fizzle out. And that's what it seems like Maru is going to bank on in this game here is there's no more bases that are realistically acquirable. I mentioned earlier, imagine Zerg actually keeping the space in the bottom right. You see why that's hard to do.
It is difficult,
and so the idea is that the Terran will basically outlast the Zerg.
You can see again, Maru, he has these sensor towers hooked up. He kind of sees things coming, and he can just rotate down and stop them because it's so hard to get in and do your damage and get out. Like, most of the units are meant to die during a fight, and then the ones that aren't are the biggest snipe targets in the whole game.
Yeah. Oh my God! Now that's what we're talking about. That was it got no value. And this starts to add up. It can be hard to follow, but if you just look back at every attack, and then the moment that Terran has finally outlasted the Zerg, I mean, you could always go back to those moments. Well, you lost, let's say, 9 Banelings to a Widow Mine. That's just gas that went into nothing.
That's happened
went
plenty
to the
of
abyss.
times.
Yeah.
Or it just Banelings killing Marauders and things,
And
you know?
same thing with the Ultras. They don't get to run away very easily.
No, certainly not. Oh my God.
Yeah, there it is.
Just ridiculously good mines.
Can these Corruptors get the orbital?
And don't forget, the mines are basically free, okay? At their price point, it's like Terran is the race that can't spend its gas when it wants to. Terran mines more gas than they ever need in every matchup. So mines are like, when you can get value out of mines all game, that is a gold mine for Terran because suddenly they're converting all this gas that they would never use otherwise.
Yeah.
Right? We're no longer in any sort of Raven meta. Ravens can't just win you the game anymore. So,
by the way, there was one Swarm host that was made. This happens every once in a while.
Yeah.
That's
it's
the hero
the dog
unit.
whistle. The dog whistle Swarm host, man.
Yeah. Well, 12 has been taken. Keep in mind, Terran has not actually been able to keep anything but the fresh base on 12 up.
Yeah.
So this is really becoming a strain here on Terran. Terran's going to try to take the lower right. And I think one base that will be by far the hardest is the one that's just to the right of this screenshot here.
Yeah,
that's the most out. It's an outwardly facing base.
That's a tough
very
one.
easy to launch an attack for the Zerg to that location.
By the way, Solar's taking 4 gases right now because I was just going to point out that we see him making a lot of lings. We see his gas bank mostly dried up. Things become harder and harder in a situation like this.
Now look at this. Again, the Corruptors come in here.
Yep.
They should be able to gun down that command center. You know, you can't get that back home very easily. It's enough of a chasm over that for the CC to float that a decent number of Corruptors will easily pick it off. The counterattack, by the way, was denied here. Solar's playing the ZDT of his life.
Yeah, this is an amazingly good game. Look at the amount of Lings and Banes rolling in here. Even like 8, 10 mines are not enough. It's crazy.
Yeah. I love the burrow too.
Yeah, no, he's doing a lot of really great things. I love that he's still getting air upgrades as well. Maru, we saw even getting air attack. This is just preparation for possible tech switches later on. I think neither of them knows whether or not they're going to tech switch at some point. But one thing I do want to also mention, because we don't get many games like this, but I think in a situation like this, it's incredibly important to get a Nidus up.
I agree. I think there's going to be a moment where the Terran is no longer just dumping money. By the way, this is a great attack here. Now, if you could actually get rid of those ghosts, that's the most ideal. Looks like this is going to be too flimsy now in the remaining army, but look at how much of the supply plummeted there for Terran.
Totally. And he does not have many workers left.
And now I'm wondering if the next attack can actually crush that the 12 o'clock spot, the two 12 o'clock bases here.
I'd love to actually see the income tab right now. I want to see how much Solar's actually mining, because he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 5 mined out bases, maybe 6-ish mined out, right? So he actually doesn't have that much more, even though that looked really good.
Yeah, he
is running low. Look at his minerals and gas now.
Yeah, he needs to put the finishing blows on here.
But
the rest of the gas has been spent.
Yeah.
Terran supply is starting to catch up, but a lot of these are units that need to rally down to this point. I think this next attack from the Zerg is going to be literally the most important one in this game here.
That might well be. Here we go. A lot of Banes and Ultras coming in right now. Just green clouds everywhere as the Banelings go off.
A tidal wave of Zerg just completely crushing this. Once again, this orbital has to be picked up. The Corruptors can shoot it down. I don't see any ghosts to snipe here. Is the 12 o'clock base naked? Yes, it is. There's nothing here. And
yeah,
Terran literally does not have minerals at other bases. I think there's maybe 1 or 2 patches to the right of this.
Well, he's trying to be as efficient as he can. Some more Banes roll in here. He's getting some great snipes off, but just doesn't seem to have enough.
Targeting down the orbital. Okay, he has to back up. Now there's still a little bit more bank over here. By the way, this spot now is the last foothold economically for Maru. This 12 o'clock spot, you can see all of their bases are mined out. And so right now, by the way, Maru with 100 supply and only 16 workers. Now, again, remember that with Solar here, Solar's about to run out of money on his side of the map.
Yeah. They're actually both pretty much broke, and they both have about the same army supply.
I think Solar's about to win this game.
He might be. The Banelings, well, hold on. He's clearing the Banes pretty well, and his army actually can clean up everything else now, I think.
Another thing to note as well here is that there's only 6 SCDs in this game right now. I mean, there's plenty of mules, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. And I think Solar's done it. GG. Solar crushing Maru in a macro game. Unreal.
After losing his fourth.
Yes, after losing his fourth.
That was a beautiful game. That was just
incredible.
From both sides. I'm actually just getting chills again. That was such a treat. What a pleasure that game was.
Well, I mean, that was like perfect Zerg macro play. That's how you beat a Terran. You actually got all the bases. You were efficient with every single fight. Even though I think Maru did a good job. He did definitely kill clumps of Banes, but he was efficient enough with all his fights. Maru was not able to do it. He also did a great job taking out SCVs with the Banes to the point where Maru didn't have enough SCVs to really soak up the minerals to remax out the same way that Solar did. And even as that last base at 12 was taken out, Solar also snuck and took the impossible to keep base for Zerg in the bottom right. Insane play. Solar's looking like the greatest Zerg ever right now.
Amazingly done.
We're going to go to game 2. It's Pillars of Gold. Maru versus Solar continues on.
경기가 준비되었다. 한번 시작해 볼까? 제네어 그린윙스 마루 조성주. 솔라 강민수.
If I was Maru, man, I'd be shaking in my boots after a game like that. That's a game that looks like kind of how Maru usually wins in a macro game. I'd be shaking in my boots. I'd be shaking in my Uggs.
Wonderful. I love the UGG reference. That game has me pumped, man.
Yeah,
that's making me want to play some Star C2. Milad, I'm coming. Oh my God.
How'd you call it Star C2?
Star C2, man.
Yeah.
What else would you call it?
I don't know.
You're like, I like to say StarCraft. Get out of here, tasteless. We abbreviate things, us cool guys.
That's right.
But yeah, no, that was a game like that. I don't know if I can go back to other games after watching that game, tasteless. I feel like I just had the finest whiskey. you know? The finest of wines.
Got a nice buzz
Something
going,
100
too.
years old that's been in a barrel somewhere in France.
That's right.
And now you want to feed me grape juice.
Now, yeah,
with a
now-
shot of vodka
Now
in
I'm
it.
trying
like,
to feed
tasteless.
you Yellowtail.
Yeah, that was just, what a game. Whew.
Now I'm trying to feed you Carlo Rossi.
Yeah, the worst.
I'm trying to feed you cooking wine now. I'm trying to feed you mouthwash. I'm like, if you drink this whole bottle, you'll be messed up, but you'll probably have kidney failure.
Oh, man. No, that was... If we have more games like that today, I'll just be so happy, man. Damn.
It was a great game. Look, I mean, it was close. It was also an upset. I mean, Maru basically never loses to any Zerg, so to see Solar do it here, and Solar's always the guy where it's exciting to see him play, and he is a real innovator. He is somebody who brings a lot to the race and to the matchup, and you see why.
And you know what? The way he won that was so difficult, too.
Yeah.
It was really difficult, and it was all hinged on that thing that you mentioned, the Mutalist counterattack with the few lings at the third base, where he made Maru turn around. That is where Solar put his foot down and said, we are playing a big game here. Because that was never going to kill Maru, because Maru could turn around, but like that was such a critical moment in that game. And the way that he killed him, I think that people probably, the thing is, I think most people would look at that game and be like, yeah, Solar was killing him all game. No, that if you actually understand how hard it is to kill people with Lingbane Ultra, when they are smart enough to turtle like Maru is, to kill Maru with that strategy is so difficult, and he did such a beautiful job of it. It's like, how many games do we see where Zergs throw by attacking with Ultras? So many.
You know, it's funny because Ultra is like a weird unit, right? Because it kind of, I think it does fill a certain role, but I think it can be misunderstood what it's actually doing. You know, it sort of is this like giant tank, like this giant elephant that just soaks damage, and if you get stuck with it, in this way you need Lings and Banes with it, right? It's but the problem with the Ultralisk is, unlike actually, like, I guess Hydras are like this too, but most other Zerg units, you can't really run away. And the thing is, it's really, really, really expensive.
And it's so big. Its footprint, I think, is its biggest weakness, because it glitches out around buildings really hard.
Yeah.
Like this works against any melee things. This is why we see walls all the time. Range units don't care about walls. They want walls.
Yeah.
You know, melee units, though, they're like, oh no, there's depots in the way. You know, like, what do I do?
It's a funny feature with it, where I mean, you really get to appreciate Wallens in moments like this.
Yeah. Well, all that being said, looks like we're getting into something that looks pretty normal. Double evolution chamber coming up here for Solar. Looks like a little bit quicker than the engineering phase of Maru. Maru does have that third command, which is pretty important. And there go his E-bays. So just a little bit later than Solar. Now we'll just have to see what the Baneling speed timing looks like for Solar. I feel like that's always a very, very important thing to take into consideration.
This is also a map, I think, even more so than the other maps, where it's very clear who gets what side of the map.
Oh, yeah.
You diagonally
you're
cut this
definitely
one up, and so
it's clean as can be with that.
yeah, it's occasionally you have maps where it's a little bit ambiguous. Where usually you can kind of say, all right, this should be this guy's space, this should be that guy's space, but here it's
like Eternal Empire, like top left, bottom right, is kind of like, well, who really takes that? I guess it matters on expansion patterns.
Yeah, but here it's like, this is a map where Maru expands towards the left. Yes, there's that base in the center right. He'll probably take that too, but then Zerg will expand towards the bottom right.
Yeah.
The bottom right base for the Zerg is the last base taken in the game. Top left base for Terran, last base taken. So this should be a fairly simple game to follow. I'm curious to see if Solar wants to play a game like what we saw in Game 1.
Yeah.
You know, play the game all the way from A to Z. Because that wasn't even like an A to Z game. That was like you went all the way through the alphabets, and then you go through all the number keys, and then you go through all the symbols, okay?
Sure. Well, it looks like he's gonna switch this game up a little bit. He's gonna be on Lingbane Hydra, and that's a late game thing too. Like Hydras are a little bit like Ultras in the fact that it's actually hard to go kill your opponent with them.
Yeah.
A lot of Zerg victories are won on creep. You know.
Yeah.
Zerg is just so much better at engaging in those types of situations.
Ooh, bad fight there. You gotta be careful, even though most of the Lings didn't die. Oh, actually, you know, that damage those Lings took. Okay, here we go.
Could be significant.
Yeah, it could be significant. Banes are coming.
His Bane speed, though, is very slow here.
Very true.
And Maru's catching him right when he wants to do a Hydralisk transition, so that makes it a little bit scarier as well.
Okay, the Lings are... Well, they're supposed to catch the units that are going to be reinforcing. I think Solar might have messed up here. Let's see. Hold on.
Yeah. Well, the flanking force is incredibly important here.
Okay, the Marines managed to go just towards the edge here. They will have to be picked up.
Oh, man.
No, I was wrong. Tasteless done messed up.
That was good micro from,
that was crazy.
There.
I thought for sure he was going to get surrounded and have to pick up here. Now I don't know if there's enough Banes. You can really tell how desperate the Terran is here by the fact that there's a Viking landed here. Like any extra damage, anything that can absorb a Baneling shot. By the way, Maru gets it.
Yeah.
Now, let's not forget this kind of is what game 2, or game 1, excuse me, looked like.
Yeah. It was a strong move from Maru, and he didn't lose as many units doing it as he did the first time. But that being said, 2-2 is already on the way. Hydras are coming out now, so maybe... Well, this is a nice little counterattack, isn't it? Catches a tank, which is very important considering he's going Lingbane Hydra.
Okay. Nice attack over here. Good pickup by Maru. Now, again, we're having some things mirror game 1, but I think our circumstances are entirely different because this is not Mutatech.
Yeah, it's a very, very different game because of that, yeah. It's kind of a funny place to have a siege shank out.
I think he just wants to delay the 4th as much as possible. And now, look at what this forced, actually. Even just with that tank there, it makes it a little bit harder. The 4th base has been remade in a much more obscure location. Zerg on this map want to expand up and to the left first, and then these lower right bases are supposed to be taken last.
Yeah.
And so the creep has not even caught up with the hatchery. Now, why does this all matter? Because the follow-up push might be enough to poke out the 4th base again. And generally speaking, if the 4th base is killed off twice by a Terran, the Zerg has been zoned out of a victory.
Yeah, for sure on that.
Not the most exciting win, but it is just, you know, you kept them unable to get.
And he's doing a great job with that too, right? There's no creep on that side, so he just kind of keeps a group there. It's big enough that you're like, I don't want to attack into that, you know?
Now take a look at this. We saw Solar do this in game 1, but he has Overlords put out in the front with creep going down there, and he's trying to race his creep up to get a good highway.
Yeah. Look at that micro. Beautifully done here from Maru. Slows him down a little bit. But yeah, there's one thing that I feel like Solar maybe could have changed up here a bit.
Yeah.
I think he could have gotten Infestation Pit quicker, because his 2-2's been done forever, right? And
that
his
is
hive
true.
is not even halfway done right now, and that has to do with the late Infestation Pit. Maybe he felt like he needed all those units instead. But I feel like his one advantage was having 2 upgrade leads for like a minute. But he hasn't been able to use that, of course, because Maru's been sitting back defensively, and now he's not going to have that going into 3-3.
Right. Oh, hold on. Okay, so only 4 SCVs killed. Might have been better to just detonate that on the one SCV that was in the gas, but whatever. And now comes the, I think, most significant part of this game here, is the push. The creep is being driven away. The Marines can take a fight off of creep. This is, again, a forced expansion in an inconvenient location. We have a huge amount of Banes being made, 29. Siege tanks are coming into play here. Siege tanks are sieging up as well. Marauders here in the front to soak some of the Baneling hits.
Oh, man, the Banelings are just not being efficient at all here. Not at all.
Whoa, what? Okay, the boys have been pulled.
Yeah,
It looks like all those SCVs are holding on to a rope that is being pulled by that tank.
They don't want to go. Look at the one Baneling waiting for them to return.
They're like Marty McFly holding on to the back of the car in Back to the Future.
All right, the Baneling's just getting massacred here. This is going to be a Maru victory a lot quicker than what we saw in this last game.
This is a very precise kill here. And again, I mean, Maru really playing a perfect game.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's a little bit complicated, right? Because Solar was trying to utilize his really quick upgrades, his like getting 1-1 quickly and whatnot. But the Baneling speed was a little bit slow. Obviously, the big push came right as he's trying to get into Hydras, which is generally how things go.
Yeah.
And if you can hold on against that, you're in good shape. But it's so hard to keep your fourth against Maru. I mean, he is the best TBZ out there, right? Like,
yeah, I mean, he's really untouchable almost in this matchup. That's why Game 1 was so incredible to cast, really.
Yeah. This game looks a lot more like what I thought the series would probably look like.
Yeah, Maru like 10 to 20% ahead for most of the game and then closes it out.
But you know what? I wonder if there's any chance here that we could see Solar like try lurkers or something. I guess not. It's like too late at this point.
Yeah, I think if we would have to have Maru not have an attack that just didn't go well, and I just don't imagine that happening. By the way, this split here is really smart. No matter which way you go, your Banes are probably going to get pelted. Oh, hold on. Is this just going to be on the command center?
I don't think he even killed it.
No. Oh, so this is a failure on all fronts. I think now this attack here over at 9 o'clock is going to be picked off. The base, I mean, will be picked off. Excuse me.
Nothing left here for Solar. Nice Blinding Cloud.
Yeah,
I think the abducts were a bit off. Like, maybe if he Blinding Cloud instead of abducted those two tanks.
Yeah,
but
maybe. I mean,
the thing is, he's already so far behind. This is such a tough situation.
Now the fourth time the fourth base has been made is now in the bottom right. Very far away location because Zerg just can't go anywhere.
Yeah, next is going to be top left. Like, we're just going to keep going. An impossible situation, really. Maru's got his +3 attack. Some Blinding Clouds go down, but Solar knows that this is all but hopeless now.
GG, Maru takes game 2. And now I really don't know who's going to win this. I think Solar seems to be incredible at the late game, but he has to manage the mid game versus Maru first. And that it seems to be where Maru really is the absolute strongest. If he does any kind of expand game, yeah. He just is getting too far ahead with his pushes.
Yeah. He hits some very sharp timings that are very tough to hold. You know, I think also Lingbane Hydra doesn't have a lot of finesse to it. It's kind of a muscle composition.
Sure.
Kind of similar to some Roach compositions, whereas Lingbane Muta, it's all about play. It's all about tactics, right? Having good micro and things like that.
I agree with you.
I think that you can stretch something like that further against the very best in the world than you can with something. Lingbane Hydra is going to kill most people because you're stronger, but Maru...
100% agree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can outmaneuver Hydras. It's much harder to do with Mutas. Mutas are very nimble units. Game 3 on Everdream starts now. The final match between Maru versus Solar. The winner goes on to the winner's match of Group C.
한번 시작해볼까? 제네어 그레노잉스 마루 조성주
Go.
I didn't know we had him mic'd up.
솔라 강민수
Breathing through the nose.
Yeah.
No proxy, by the way.
Everyone's scouting so hard for Maru proxies, and he just doesn't proxy.
Well, this is what's so funny about something like this, is you've put out enough information where people are like, okay, I gotta now use a drone to do it. And the thing is, you've lost some money scouting like this. I mean, it's
absolutely. You really
StarCraft, the early game decisions, it's so important. You know, what are you gonna do? How are you gonna play?
Yeah. I think one drone isn't really that big a deal. It actually is. It really does make a difference. You really feel it if you play a lot. Well, see what happens this game. But yeah, I think against someone of Maru's caliber, going for Lingbane Hydra, I think like against Maru, against Innovation, maybe even against like TY as well. Like Lingbane Hydra is just, it's a little bit, you're giving too many options to the Terran.
I basically agree with this. I think especially on some maps, like that one, you could see there was a period where, like in that final push, you had tanks on two sides of this mountain.
Yeah.
And the Banelings are going to be shot by tanks on either side they hit. A lot of, you know, these Terran pushes are kind of hinged on you having this area where you have cover, you can fire over stuff, and then pull around the side, and then as you watch the Zerg units line up and hug and turn, that's where most of the damage is dealt. And yeah, I mean, look, I understand the rationale, but you know, of trying to do different unit comps each game. I mean, players are both trying to adapt to each other in real time.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we'll see what Solar does compositionally this game.
But again, I think for Solar especially, this is really important that he just gets a win here. Get to the winners match. This is a hard group.
It's a really hard
And Dream,
group.
while he might be an underdog, is also a wild card.
He'll bring a very different style than Maru, which
Yeah.
is going to be hard to deal with in its own way.
Right.
And the thing is, I'm not even sold that Trap's going to beat him, because like, I think Trap is the best Protoss in the world right now, but Dream's TVP looks really good, and honestly, with Trap, I feel like his PVT can go either way. Like he has made mistakes in it recently a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's hard to say who you're even going to face here.
Okay.
Overlord speed this game.
Yeah, I just noticed that when you finished talking. I thought, okay, that's interesting. By the way, Maru, you know, it's a third CC coming down. He does not want to do anything early on. I'm also, as we, you know, continue to unpack this tournament, I want to see if Maru just stops proxying altogether.
Yeah, this might be the 3CC tournament, right?
Yeah, I mean, this looks like a much older TVZ. This looks like it could have been, you know, Innovation playing or something.
Well,
he's kind of,
you actually named it exactly.
Yeah.
This was the only build Innovation used for like over a year.
yeah.
Like 4 years ago or so, like every game, Innovation was just like, Reactor to Hellions 3rd CC. Every game, because he just blocked everything everyone did.
Yeah.
It was so, you couldn't cheese him, and his economy was good. What a god.
But here we have Maru doing it this time. And again, Maru, keep in mind, he doesn't just plan for the opponent or the group, he plans for the entire tournament.
Yeah. It's part of his big success. He just attacked his own Overlord.
Oh, did he?
I'm pretty sure.
Double eBay about to finish. Everything signaling we're going to have a long game.
Where's those Evos at? They got to start by the time the eBays are finishing.
Where are the chambers of evolution?
Oh, he already has them. Okay.
Come to our chambers, where all the evolving happens.
Would you go into an evolution chamber to evolve further?
Yes.
Have you read the things that they think humans are going to evolve into?
Like half robots and stuff?
No, not that. That's like naturally evolve. Like they think toes are going to go away, hair is going to go away, things like that.
Oh no, my foot fetish. Okay, that's too bad. Toes are going to go away?
Yeah. You
They're
notice they
gonna
keep
go
getting
away.
smaller. Yeah. Look at apes and look at us. Well, this isn't a good one for you because you basically got 8 feet. But
I got hobbit feet.
yeah. But for most of us normie toes.
I can build a toy car with my feet. Oh, no, I didn't get under. Okay. Now, if those Zerglings had Tasteless feet, they could get under there, though. They'd be like, boop. Can't land now.
They start with Burrow.
Toes are getting smaller, though?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I think they said brains are getting bigger, but like
Yeah, that's definitely not
anymore.
happening.
No,
No,
not
not with
anymore.
social media.
That's changed.
I can tell you right now, our entire species is doomed.
Oh, that's
Every
for sure.
morning when I get on the toilet and look at Twitter, I'm like, well, that's it. Everybody's insane. Ah, run!
Nice picks. Yeah, gets some tumors, gets a queen.
Yep.
Nice stuff.
And this should be an opening now to clean up some more creep. Again, you're just looking for anything you can set up here for an attack later on. You know, having one less queen's pretty big too.
Yeah, this is some annoying stuff. It does have 1-1 on the way. It's a little bit late though.
And there's enough medevacs, you can basically pick up everything now.
Oh, that
Wow.
tank catch is huge. That's a really good big moment. Oh my god, look at this from Solar. The counterattack getting these Marines and hitting SCVs at the third base.
Yeah, now the
Beautifully
SCVs are going to
done.
be on the run. They do get through the depot wall. The gate was not closed up there. There's actually just not very much back here to help defend. And dude, there's more coming. There's more coming, Artie.
Yeah, he's still making lings right now. He's flooding them in towards the third. He's going to get at least a few depots here. Bailing speed's going to finish shortly here as well.
Yeah, and this, I don't think there's enough infantry to, oh my god. Oh, this is a pretty big mistake.
So funny if like
that's just
speed
like
finished like
10
6
seconds earlier.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
suddenly you turn on a dime and kill all the Marines.
Yeah. Well, actually, losing those banes is pretty big because there's been some trades on both sides here, but I do think that there's just a little bit of room here for Zerg to have some offense that could pick up the third. I know most of the time we're talking about Zerg surviving a push. I think this game is going to be a reverse. I think this is a game, once mutas are out too, I think you can actually force a Terran to lift the third up here, and that's the same scenario.
Well, he needs to save that base first. Okay, he's actually doing a counterattack with these lings. And he saves his fourth as well. Very important.
Not bad, though. Some of those banes connecting with their targets. The third is saved. Actually, a good number of Marines were kept alive there.
Yeah, he actually traded those lings for not nearly as much as I think he was looking for. A lot more banes on the way. Some more mutas joining the fray.
Okay, takes out the Viking. Beautifully done. Let's see if there's a setup for this attack. I think if Zerg can do this right, I think they actually could take out this base here.
You think he's going to straight up attack?
I might be wrong, but I feel like Terran was active enough. The tanks are exposed right now. This is the thing with mutas, man. If you just get it at the right angle, like, okay, no. Good defense here by Maru.
It feels like he's just well enough defended.
I'm too much of a dreamer.
You're a dreamer, Tasteless. You thought Zerg could attack.
Creep spread's getting pretty crazy, though, man. You can really reinforce from this spot.
With Lingbane Muta, it's really nice. He's getting the Infestation Pit, I think, at a better time than what we saw before. He does have his +2 carapace already.
Yep.
Upgrading his mutas. Yeah, this is... I like it. This is turning into a very nice game right now. Solar now has the type of worker count that he actually wants. It's up in the low 80s. Maru adding another factory. He's going to be finishing up his 2-2 as well.
Oh! Okay, here we go. Now, the moment that you see the Terran pick up, that's when the Zerg can occasionally get a better position.
Yeah.
When the Terran's army's feet or wheels are not on the floor, they're having to be relocated, that's where the Zerg can try to reposition. So we want to watch for that in each of these moments here. If Zerg forces a pickup, and Muta Bane is the most likely to force a pickup, usually.
Yeah.
If
Ling Bane, you know, it's a lot of times it's just like, it looks for overwhelms. You don't generally have too many close fights with it.
Yeah.
Because close fights can go very poorly for Zerg.
Another pickup. Now, where is Zerg going to go? I feel like there was an opportunity to actually head north and try to hit that base with the mutas, but...
he might avoid because a couple good siege tank hits would really mess him up. Like, I feel like he's going for a game very similar to game 1 right now.
Yeah, well, I feel like Solar's going to look for a fight soon here. He's taking more bases. The Terran's taking the fourth now. These are all critical moments now for the Terran's development.
Yeah, maybe he can do something like hit the fourth.
Oh my God.
Okay, this is a play we don't see all that often. This is something that Dark used to do a little bit.
Yeah.
Where you make so many Banelings that there's a chance you get to their main base with them.
Yeah, they just keep kiting back. Here we go.
Yeah, no, this is an absurd amount of
They
Banes.
just
I
kite all
really
the way
want to
back
see the
to their
number.
starting location and then GG.
I think he has like 80 Banes. Okay, here's the first set.
Okay, one siege tank in on those Banes. Wait, did he get it?
Yeah,
he got the
it.
planetary. Okay.
Can't get in there though. Too many tanks on high
Now,
ground.
what do you do is you go back, you rinse and repeat. The Banelings. Ooh. 66 more lings. He's about to take a brick and lay it on the Baneling hotkey. That's what you do.
That's what he has to be a big
So you
keyboard
train
or
your
a little
cat
brick.
to put its paw on that key and just hold it down.
It's like that Simpsons episode where the thing keeps hitting the button for yes. Oh my god.
Bop. Solar looking really good.
He's looking great.
And I think this is like not the most difficult thing to set up even against Maru.
This is a much cleaner game than game 1 too.
Yeah.
Let's not forget. Solar didn't lose his 4th, right? And he's already done some damage. Maru's never really gotten damage in. Maru's not dead. He's getting his 3-3. You know, he's getting up to another base now, but this looks much better for Solar than game 1 did.
All right, here we go.
Oh my
this is an
God.
orbital. It can be lifted. This is an insane number of Banes.
It's so many
He just
Banes.
chunks off the army. Go back home. I'm very curious about the mutas that are not with the army. He seems to want to try to find. I think what he's trying to do is fly to the other side of the map and hit the tanks in case there's no anti-air and then get out.
Yeah. He's looking for something with them. Just any additional damage that he can get. And it also kind of makes you split your army a little bit. You have to be really wary of them.
So, Maru's not dead, but Maru is hanging on.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, Solar's stepping on his fingers. He's hanging on to the edge of the building. Solar's stepping on him.
It's funny because Maru's maxed out. He's got 3-3. He's got a healthy worker count and 4 bases. But yeah, Solar has a lot. He has a lot going on.
Now, this is pretty bold. The counter push here. He wants to try to come in here and intercept. Maybe even try to intercept a massive amount of banelings that are coming. But this is all on creep. Okay, not
That's
bad.
a lot of Marauders, though.
Not bad. Banelings are finishing. Oh, the counterattack. No banelings with this either. This is all intended to just try to snipe that orbital.
Yeah, I think he might just not get it here.
Yeah.
But you know what? He just forced the army to turn around.
Yeah.
These are the types of moves you need to be able to do.
All right, here we go again. I don't think this is enough Banes here. There's just a meat shield of Marauders.
So many Marauders.
And this planetary is also a big headache here.
Well,
Can he actually get the planetary here? Oh, very good play. Hey, great play there. The planetary is going to go down.
great
Banelings
load
are-
from Maru, too. He really did his best to try to save it.
So that was 19 SCVs killed here. Now let's keep in mind, when you see Terran push out on these bases, there's this whole other side story where a lot of times SCVs are part of the casualties of the game, and then Terran ends up behind in workers. This is a game where it's basically been almost like it's one of these campaign missions where the Terran's just getting bludgeoned over and over by the Zerg. Drones are not being killed. There's 86 drones in this game. We had, I want to say, almost 70 workers earlier on here from Maru. He's down to 57 after he lost the planetary base.
He's lost probably 70, 80 workers so far this game. It's pretty wild. Right now, Solar, he has not actually lost that many workers.
No.
His creep spread is over halfway across the map. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bases right now.
By the way, on this map, the bottom right, it is not guaranteed for Terran.
Yeah, no, totally not.
This is so there's more and more the Zerg can take, and so
I would say nothing's guaranteed for Terran at this point.
no, I agree. Now the Widow Mines went off, but it seems like they mostly went off on the Ultralisks here, and this is just this ridiculous number of Banes coming through here.
It is
This
comical
is
how many Banes he's
insane
using.
in Bane. Look at this. The CC's going to go down. Is there anything actually defending the base above this?
Well, there's a wall.
Yeah.
We said, walls are really
Can
good
Zerg
against
units
this.
kill walls?
Enough of them can. Banelings
Okay.
can kill anything if they put their mind to it.
Yeah.
But look, you can see there is a lot of cost efficiency happening here. But of course, when you have as much as Solar had, even when they're being a bit cost efficient, you're going to be able to knock them out.
This really goes to show you how long Marauders can last versus Mutas here. GG! Solar wins! Oh, ho, ho!
That was
so cool.
That was good. He is in fantastic shape. His Lingbane Muta looking just prime.
Versus Maru, one of the greatest Terrans of all time. Solar went toe-to-toe. Went through the macro game, outproduced, outcontrolled. Maru didn't get to really play much of the game in Game 3. He was just sitting back trying to not die. Until Solar came in there with that execution move.
No, I know.
Crazy.
Great play, though. I feel like Solar's understanding of what to do is just sky high.
It's the best I've ever seen Solar play.
I agree. I think this is the best that Solar has put out.
Yeah, now I think we have to consider him as somebody who could win this season, actually.
Absolutely agree with that.
We're going to go to a break. We come back. Trapper Stream. Do not go away.
I can hear your voice. I can hear you through the silence. Through the silence. Through the silence. I can hear your voice. I can hear you through the silence. Through the silence. Through the silence. I can hear your I can hear your voice. I can hear you through the silence. Through the silence. Through the silence. I can hear your voice. I can hear you through the silence. Through the silence. Through the silence. I can hear your
상큼한 복숭아가 사이다를 더 청량하게 새로움을 마시다.
성능을 대용량 배터리로 언제 어디서나 더 오래 즐기다. 72Wh 대용량 배터리, 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준, LG 울트라 기어. 듀얼 메모리, 듀얼 저장 장치, 고성능을 듀얼 업그레이드로 더 오랜 기간 즐기다.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
거기 들어와. 그 밑에 걔 잡고. 나이스. 자, 씨. 됐어.
미안해 로우나. 화났어?
미안해. 내가 해줄게. 아 잠깐 내가 누르면 안 돼. 아 누르면 안 돼 지금. 자 교표는 무슨 소리야?
좋은 시간 되세요.
너무 많이 마셨다.
청정제주 숙취비법과 탄산의 만남. 숙취엔 가스강.
싱그러운 청귤이 사이다를 더 청량하게. 새로움을 마시다.
라운드 오브 16 마루 솔라 트레 드림 아프리카 TV 프레이업 스튜디오 라이브 2020 GSL 시즌 2 코드 S 더 커밍 스톰.
Welcome back, everybody. What a game we had back there with Maru and Solar. I mean, Solar is looking like the greatest Zerg of all time all of a sudden.
He looks like the best Zerg in Korea right now.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Like, there is... DRG looked fantastic, but Solar looked even better than that, I think, in those games. Amazingly well done. But now we are going forward to the best Protoss in the world right now.
Yep.
I think it was Zest for a big chunk of the year, but Trap really showed in the last round that he is the only Protoss in Korea that's going to play a non-parting PvZ and win.
He plays like the way they teach Protoss in school.
Yeah.
Where parting's like he dropped out of school and made $1 million playing Protoss differently.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah, absolutely. That's the best way to put it. But
yeah.
Trap's in great shape. Obviously, he just got second in DreamHack Masters Summer. I asked him. He said he was tired and he didn't care about the matches. No, he would never say that. You dummies. Shut up. He tried. He wanted to win. I didn't talk to him, but I'm not stupid, so I can go ahead and say that. Now, he's obviously in great shape right now, and the top performing Protoss really there is, both in the quality of his gameplay and his results.
Right.
But can you take down Dream, who's just been looking really, really strong?
I mean, that's the big question, really. Pillars of Gold is where we're going to start this out. That was the map that Dream wanted to have. Again, Dream looked really good. It was really exciting seeing him play, but he's the wild card player, right? We just sort of don't know what to expect here. Okay, guys, game one is ready. Trap versus Dream. The winner goes on to face off against Solar.
경기가 준비되었다. 한번 시작해 볼까? 진에어 그린윙스 트랩 조성호. 브레이브 스타 게이밍 드림 조중혁.
What's up, Tasos?
Why don't you tell him? Just look at what was tweeted on Todd's Twitter 9 minutes ago. You guys can go check it.
I love it.
So, with these two guys, I think Trap. I'm gonna make a lot of people upset. All right, because I know there's a lot of people that are excited to have Dream here. I think we got to root for Trap here, guys.
Oh yeah, for the Protoss race.
I think for the Protoss race, like, listen, I know that you always want to root for your own race, but you kind of need enough of the other races there so you can feel good about yourself when you win your games.
Now, I checked, and Zerg players disagree with that.
No kidding.
Yeah, it turns out they're higher quality human beings, from what I've heard.
That's no kidding.
Yeah.
Now, yeah, you need.
No, totally though.
You need some representation from each of the races. I mean, we don't always get it. Occasionally, we'll have something weird, like what we had in we've had 4 Terrans and GSLs before. We had in KSL before. We had 4 Protosses, which was pretty crazy. But you know, look, I don't care what race you play. I think you got to be on my side here. As much as Dream is a human being with hopes and dreams.
Yeah.
We got to root for Trap here, right? We need some more Protoss representation in the round of 8.
And honestly, here's the thing. I don't just want Protoss representation. I want people who have a shot to do something.
Yeah.
And I honestly think right now the only players with a shot to do anything in Korea for Protoss are Parting and Trap.
I agree.
Because it's like, Zest is very up and down. His good days are great, and his bad days are more so lately. He's swinging down, it feels like.
When SOS plays, he's also on ayahuasca, so we don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Sometimes the drugs speak to him, other times they don't.
And, I mean, stats is sometimes yes, sometimes no for the last couple of years.
He seems like he's not been able to play the style that he wants to play. He always manages to get
his style
into
doesn't
GSL.
work as much.
Yeah, he's trying to be like a straight-up, like a Zerg player, Terran player. Like, look at this.
Yeah.
I took all AP classes for Protoss.
He was meant to play a StarCraft 1 Terran, is what he was meant to do.
Seems like it, actually.
Yeah. But, look, Trap is, like, the cleanest Protoss in the world right now. He's the most with it with his strategies and stuff. So, yeah, I mean, the tournament's better if he can do well, because I think he's the only one that will legitimately beat anybody.
Right.
Right? Parting can cheese people out, and there's legitimacy in that, of course, because it's like a tournament thing, but I'm talking everyone else is just shading adepts around, trying to get lucky, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, if Dream can get out of this group, that's a real story as well, but I just want to have hope for Protoss out there. So, yeah, let's see what Trap can do. Now, this seems to be a style. We've also seen Parting do this as well, this type of play, the 3 gates, getting, actually 4 gates.
Yeah, this is
getting
the Parting
observers,
style
getting blink, and then doing a control play where you put the pressure on. You would take your third faster than the Terran. Terran does have to be careful, both with dropping across the map or even just defending. Stalkers, when there is an advantage before an engage, they just blink in and get it. So one thing about Stalkers is it's not so much like how do you fight them when the attacking happens. It's a lot more of like, did you set up ahead of time to deal with this?
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. So this is more of the Parting style that we're looking at. He's got the 4 gates, he's got the prism, he's going across the map right now. Observer will be following. Oh, Dream is just missing it multiple times with his Hellion. So a little bit of unluckiness there, but some good positioning so far, I think. Right, that's a pretty good bunker. That's a really well-placed siege tank. Let's see what Trap can do with this, because we know that Parting's deadly with this, but can Trap do it too?
Note the bunker placement. That's very good. You basically end up blinking it. Oh!
Oh, that was...
City finish. This is bad. This is bad. There's a lot of extra damage. Now, it's only been shielded so far, but now these Stalkers are kind of stuck over here. The War Prism's going to come up here, and I actually got to say, Trap handled this, like, perfectly.
Yeah.
It looked like there was a lot that could have gone wrong, but he did fine.
You can definitely tell he's practiced this quite a bit. He's going into Colossus Tech Find as well as that Nexus.
There's
Thank you, Parting, for showing the way.
Yes.
He's like actually just being a bit of a carbon copy to what Parting was doing a lot with this build. Not overmaking Stalkers at the moment. Let's see what he does with that production.
Okay, so again, more pressure coming up here, but for the Stalkers, the threat is really the tanks. It's why if you see a Protoss player blink in and then kill like 1 or 2 tanks, the game can actually snowball, where the Stalkers keep growing in numbers and then coming in and sniping to their tank, blinking back out, doing damage. The Stalkers have more range than the Marines. They're also just pretty fast units.
Yeah.
But it seems to me like Dream is already basically fine.
I'm a little bit nervous for Trap right now.
Yeah.
I think that Dream is going to move out with a push that can kill him possibly here. And here's why. I see, like, Trap is not really making units right now. He's powering a lot, which that's good if Dream doesn't move out right away, but I feel like he's maybe powered a little bit too much here. He can't really slow this push down. See, he's got, like, how many Stalkers does he have total? 8? I want to say 8. Like,
yeah.
Oh, a little bit more, 10.
Okay, You know, this is the problem is, you know, Parting seems to have better engages with the Stalkers.
Yes.
And Trap is coming there, and the Stalkers are leaving with a black eye. And
we've seen a lot of times in the past where the person who invents a strategy might be so much better than everyone else that no one else can make it work.
Yeah, like they really know the ins and outs of it. I don't think Trap's going to necessarily
the micro
lose right
might
now,
be better and stuff. But
yeah, but it seems like Parting is somebody who really is able to do almost overclock the strategy.
Yeah,
Make it work. I think you see other players do it and you think, oh, that's why.
Totally.
That's why we don't see everybody doing this all the time.
We see that a lot for sure. Like when Stats does Cannon Rush, or the really famous time where Maru went 0-2 with Byun's Reaper build that got Reaper's nerfed that only he could do.
Right.
And then Maru switched around and 3-0'd his opponent after going 0-2 with that. So
Never
like this is a real thing. Now, here comes the push. You know, maybe Trap will just straight up hold this.
Well, let's see. A stim here. It's going to be one Stalker that does not get away. A blink away, but this is going to allow Terran to set up, start the push.
It's a lot of tanks, but charge is done. So, yeah. Dream has taken longer than I actually thought he would moving out. I know that he went 3 command center.
A third Colossus is coming out now as well, so that'll be there for the attack. 2 is already enough to basically wipe out Marines, but 3, it's just...
Yeah.
If they get good shots, they could... Hold on.
Things are starting to look pretty good for Trap.
Yeah.
But it's still a scary army that's coming across the map here. It's still a lot of supply. Trap just needs to slow it down a bit. You can see how small his army really is. I do feel like if this Terran push moved out a little bit quicker, then he might have had really good success with it.
Does seem like Dream's being very cautious here.
Gets rid of that Observer. Setting up in the smoke there.
Yeah.
A little bit harder to see.
Looks like an Immortal could actually come in here from behind. Gotta be careful. Here we go.
Oh, he actually turns that off, but the charge lots get on top of some of these siege tanks here. A huge flank here from Trap.
Hold on, the Colossus goes down.
There's another one over to the left here.
Yeah, is there actually enough here? The reinforcements are looking maybe just too many here. And that's the last Colossus, by the way. That's going to be picked up into the Warp Prism in the last second here. But I think the Dream is just going to flatten Trap here. I think that enough important units were killed off. The Immortal, most of the Colossi. Tanks and Marines and Marauders are only going to be coming in larger numbers here. And with the lack of sophistication that Trap has, I think we're going to basically have GG. Dream takes game 1.
Yeah, I think that Trap can't quite handle that strategy.
Yeah. Now, when Parting does it, here are some of the things that I noticed that were different. Obviously, Parting ekes out a little bit more damage. He also makes Stalkers for longer. Yeah.
Trap kind of stopped on his Stalkers. And the thing is, Dream gave him the benefit of the doubt and didn't move out too quickly. But Trap powered super, super, super hard.
Yeah.
And just didn't quite have enough there, whereas Parting will push the Terran a little bit more, make Stalkers a little bit more, whittle down the army a little bit more, slow down the push a little bit more, and then beat the push. Whereas Trap was kind of just trying to get into a macro mode, which I think off of a 4-gate build like that is not really, I feel like it's not the way to do that.
Game 2 is up. Trap vs. Dream continues on. Again, the winner will face off against Solar.
경기가 준비되었다. 한번 시작해볼까? 진에어 그린윙스 트랩 조성호 브레이브 스타 게이밍 드림 조중혁.
Something I think we haven't talked about enough, is that there's a spirit to each build. There's an idea behind it. And it's not just about making this many units and then kind of coming out here and doing this. It seems like when Parting does this build, you're right, he makes a lot of Stalkers. He's using them. He's trying to take fights. He's trying to come in there and deal damage. And he's really hoping that if you misstep once, you will blink in, kill 2 tanks, and then things snowball, right?
Mhm.
And I think Trap was not playing with the spirit of the build.
Yeah.
You know, it's like
he played it like it was 3-gate.
Yes, and he played it like, well, I don't want to overdo it here, and let's get greedy. And then you just saw that Terran had like a better army overall. He also wasn't able to delay. He wasn't.
Yeah.
It just it was like, you know, the themes of the build have to pan out, right? I mean,
yeah,
it's like
it wasn't truly coherent.
Think about it like if it's a ZVT and you have mass Bane in the mid game, and then you don't attack into them and push back their third and fourth. It's like, well, we're not even really doing the strategy then, right? I mean, you followed you've copied all the units, but now you have to use them in a certain way. And if you don't, then you've squandered your opportunity to try to get the lead here. And I don't want to be too hard on Trap, but it did seem like he was pretty meager in his aggression that game. And
these are some of the hardest concepts in StarCraft, are things like the scaling of economy and versus units that you make, and then like the tempo that you have from doing certain strategies against other strategies and how to utilize that. These are really high-level complex things that are really difficult to pull off in a real-world situation like this. And I think that those are kind of the things where he went wrong, right? Like, he went for the 4-gate. He did a very little amount, and then both transitioned and powered, and then even took the 4th, where it's like, it's just... You're trying to do a little bit too much with this, right? Like, if everything was a little bit quicker because you didn't go 4-gate and commit that much, maybe that works out better. Yeah. But yeah. Well, all that being said, we'll see what he does here. Like, how many gates is he going to add? Because if he keeps doing the same strat, I don't see that ending that well.
By the way, that starport was not spotted, which is pretty incredible. So what is this? Does he want to try to get a medevac pretty quickly here? And then reinforce this? Yeah. Put 1 Hellion in there too? No, it's going to be 8 Marines.
Well, it looks like not a bad idea, right? Because this is one of those kind of funny builds. Like, you know, the Adept build? Whenever you're going for a really quick Twilight upgrade and a Prism, you're actually very low on units for a precise amount of time, and then your units start really bumping up.
Yeah,
you know?
you have this balancing act of almost nothing.
Yes.
And then there's an explosion, a big wave of units. But, you know, he might be able to get in there with just enough damage. Let's see, though. It looks like there's Stalkers in the main ready.
Did he have 1 Hellion or 2 Hellions? Did you see?
I thought it was 1. I could be wrong, though.
Because I was going to say, this might also be a diversionary type tactic, but with 7 Marines, I think he definitely wants us to do what it does.
Okay, the War Prism's at about half health here. Oh, you're right.
It is 2. Okay.
Good call, good call. 3.
Yeah, I mean, he'll kill off a Stalker here, maybe a couple probes. Doesn't look like too much more.
Yeah, this is
and
really
he had the wall. Like, sometimes you do something like that, they'll pull the wall unit up to deal with it, and then you run the Hellions in, and it's really great. But
Trap is, I think, too good for that.
Well, yeah, this is the type of thing he's better against. Let's not forget, while he was still coming up in this matchup, or well, especially in this map, but kind of in general, we were kind of referring to him as like a mini stats, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, he always, you know, knew how to like have the right number of units and defend everything.
Yeah.
I think he just also showed a little bit more ingenuity than Stats did in a lot of these other games. Yeah.
Well, that strategy ends up not working, but it's not like it got Dream like really behind or anything like that. Dream is kind of defending here. I think he's not entirely sure of what's going to be coming at him. It doesn't look like anything's going to be coming. Right, this is a 3-gate, I believe, that he's on. He's adding some gates now.
Hellion's backing up here. Got concussive shells finishing. Now, I guess what I want to see here is how will Trap fare in a game where basically Dream put himself behind. I don't think Dream did anywhere near enough damage, and he already lost a medevac and some Marines. So, I mean, Dream is now in a position where he's a little bit behind. It's not like it's the biggest deal in the world, but I just want to see, okay, can Trap handle a situation where he does have a small lead?
Well, right now, I mean, he's getting his economy really flowing. He's got that 3rd base up, good probe count, getting a lot of gateways. No forges yet, so we know that he's going to try to do something here, whether he thinks he's going to be attacked and just wants to crush that with a bunch of charge lots and an immortal, or is he going to come up and try to mix up, because he did get that prism, right?
Right. Is he going to push? There's still this tank sieged up in the main, which looks kind of weird.
Yeah. Well, it looks like, you know, the kind of standard, right? You go like the 3 barracks tech into 3rd base. So, yeah, he should be pushing with this as he secures his 3rd. Here comes that counter prism. Doesn't look like there's any defense against that. So that could be an issue.
Yep, going for these rocks over here. This is pretty far travel distance. And there's a blind spot here. Oh, but he'll end up dropping right over here. Too bad he didn't try to go for that. Get in there a little bit earlier and get stemmed. That would be huge.
Yeah, you might have been able to get it, actually.
Yeah. Nice picking up.
Would love to see him add in a Viking right now.
Yeah, just to drive this out.
Yeah, whenever there's a prism, just sitting around trying to do this.
Oh, hold on.
All right.
Hellions here doing a lot of damage to these workers.
Not bad at all. And that little counterattack didn't really do too much either.
No.
But it's a good thing you got those 7 probes, I think. That's kind of important. Great usage of those Hellions that simply don't do anything later in the game. And you know what? I think it wasn't like...
Oh my god, oh my god!
Oh, that's huge.
All opportunities to pin the Terran are gone now. How exactly does Dream play this? I think he might be able to push out. That being said, there's Templar. Storm is maybe far away enough. I mean, it's close, but maybe you can kind of get in there before.
Well, he doesn't have a prism to go with it right now.
That's true.
So when you see them coming, it's a lot easier to dodge than just a prism that flies in from an angle and storms you 3 times.
Yeah, sure. Also, you can get your siege tank sieged up here.
Yeah, yeah.
About 10 seconds out for Storm.
Oh, I love this
Terran
drop.
shies away, but this drop over here that Ortosis just brought up.
This is a great drop.
Army being recalled here, but
Awesome.
the medevac immediately pulls away. And I think tactically Dream is on point right now.
Yes.
He just...
Some great moves right there.
Yeah.
Really great moves. That kind of gives him a little bit of an edge, I feel like, actually.
I agree.
Like that, just that drop right there. Like he was pushing out with his army, kept Trap kind of occupied, did some damage to his economy. Look at this, he pulls back. It's like, you know what? Let's you know, latch down the hatches. I don't know. What do you do on a boat to make sure you don't die?
You latch down the hatches, Artosis.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah. Oh my God, the medevac lives. So we have Trap looking for an opening here, and this is a commitment with the Guardian Shield.
All right, let's see. The Storm's going to be coming out and flying. It drops him out. Oh, my God.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, really nice Storms. Oh, my God. This army eating so many Storms right now. Having to land a bunch of Vikings.
I think there's actually too much here.
You might be right about that.
There was just enough hiding underneath those medevacs.
A few more Zods coming in.
Oh,
gets the Archon. He wants that Immortal, too.
Yeah, the Immortal's going to go down as well. No War Prism to pick up here. Stalkers will be killed over here as well. 2 Archons is not going to cut it.
No, especially with the EMP coming down.
Yeah.
A few Zods in here. Those will get cleaned up as well. They end up picking off a Ghost. Not too bad.
Now, there was a lot of complexity that was given up for Trap there.
Yeah.
Templar's gone. Immortal's gone. Some Archons even were killed. I'm a little bit worried right now for Trap. Even like little moves like this where he's hemorrhaging some more Zealots. I mean,
yeah,
this all adds up into what can most likely be a loss over time.
There's a bit more technicality here for Dream. And like you said, you know, if you're losing some of your key units like High Templars from the Protoss side, that's a little bit harder to get back together.
Yeah,
as long as Terran is basically keeping medevacs alive, that's kind of the key unit that they want to...
Your army's going to be not as good in the next game here. Oh, and a great spot here on this, yet another War Prism coming across the map now. So what comes next here? Seems like Terran's basically prepared for this.
Yeah, well, I think the game is slowing just a little bit because I don't think Trap has any opportunities to attack.
And I also don't think Dream wants to counterattack yet either. I think he needs to get a few more units here and build up his army a little bit more. I think if he were to counterattack on the map, he'd be, you know, giving his opponent an opportunity to maybe win another fight.
I agree with you, and I'm not even sure how to put it into words, but Like, I get that same feeling where it's like, no, it's not time for Dream to attack yet.
I think Dream needs to amass more technical unit stuff like
get some more ghosts
tanks,
out or something.
Get ghosts, yeah, get upgrades. Just
he's
have
actually
more
adding a
Marines
second
and Marauders.
What do you think that fact is for?
I don't know. Hold on a second though. This War Prism goes down, and so do these Zealots.
Great snipe with those.
And an attack that basically killed an SCV. Again, I feel like Trap losing enough battles can lose you the war.
Absolutely, it can. Now, he is going into double Robo, probably Colossus here. Trap is more of a Colossus type of guy. We'll see if it's Disruptor. That would be kind of exciting to see him follow Parting's way, but we don't see Blink DT, so probably not. Oh, it is Disruptor. Very cool. Okay. There can be multiple reasons. Maybe you actually think Disruptors are fantastic in this position, or maybe you think that you're behind, right? Because Disruptors are, Disruptors, where there's a Disruptor and a Dream. It's,
Yeah, it's like if you could get a good, if you can have a few Disruptor shots connect.
Yeah.
You're not trading. You're just getting victories.
They can get more value in one hit than pretty much anything.
Yeah. Even Colossi, occasionally you have Colossi with an angle, or they just can mow down Marines. But Disruptor, anything that's in the ball is kill.
Well, Colossus adds actual DPS to your army, and Disruptor does not. Disruptor is kind of a little bit of a lottery, right?
Yeah.
Look at this. He's actually getting air attack, adding on a Stargate as well. Oh, I'm really interested if he'll go into Tempest.
I think we're actually going to have the push from Terran coming here soon.
Ooh, good feedback.
Nice snipes there. Picking up. Again, little harasses here by Dream. Dream really, has gotten to this level of Terran that is just pretty crazy.
Oh, he's really good, man. And he's been getting better and better and better. But like I was saying at the beginning of the show, I do feel like even though everyone's like, oh, Dream's really good right now, I think he still might be underrated a bit.
Well, we just don't know how far he can go.
Well, I think right now it's like, we have 3 of our horsemen right now in GSL.
Yeah.
They're
Musketeers
isn't Bjorn
right now.
coming out of the army soon?
Yeah.
Like really soon, I think. So hopefully he'll come back into form. But I think that Dream is the other guy right now.
Yeah.
He's really good.
We'll need to give Reaper's Guardian Shield for when he comes back.
Yeah. I think Dream stylistically very different, but stronger than Gumiho comparatively.
I agree.
For where he stands compared to the Horseman.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see here. The Siege Tank's getting a lot of pot shots. Really well placed there. Looks like a second little Zealot attack here, but that's going to be a planetary. And yeah, he's actually going to push into here. I think you got to lift off right there.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of workers killed if he doesn't get away quickly. And will the CC actually get sniped? It looks like he's got his targets on that.
Ooh, good stock position there on those SCVs.
Oh, but a counterattack over here at 12 o'clock.
Oh, beautiful Disruptor hits. He's busy microing elsewhere.
Yeah, this is one of these crazy moments where there's too much going on.
Wow.
Too many screen sizes of action. You have to basically try to prioritize which one's the most important here.
Yeah. Trap just got a lot done.
Yeah.
He got a lot done there. He killed off an army, he killed off a base, he made another base lift, he got 8 SCVs.
A multi-pronged attack and defending the counterattack is pretty insane. But hold on a second here, because Dream's army is way bigger, way stronger. And so as cool as what Trap did, and I think frankly as difficult as it was to pull off, it may not matter if Terran simply is able to set up here and start to push base after base after base. And we'll see if that's going to be the case here now. Again, Siege Tank's getting closer and closer to this Nexus. Nice dodging.
And now he's going to take his time against these Disruptors, which makes it really, really tough.
More tanks are coming forward. Bases have been landed again here. Again, this army is really tiny right now for Trap, and it doesn't seem like he can grow it back as quickly. Just staying out of the range of the Disruptors.
Yeah, really good micro here. Look at that splitting as well, letting him only get a single unit when he can.
Yeah, the Disruptors are going to be killed off. And that was really the only thing that was going to sandbag the progress of a push like this. And I think once this base is killed, the next one isn't too far off either.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. He's actually been making carriers during this time, by the way.
Oh, I actually did not notice that.
That is a little bit surprising. I was wondering what he was doing with that fleet beacon, but let's see. I mean, Disruptor carrier can be pretty cool.
I don't think there's any more interceptors left. I think the interceptors die, and then the rest of the army dies. And GG Dream 2-0ing Trap. Now, I really thought Trap was going to win there. So far, I feel like everybody would agree 2 upsets in GSL for our first two best of threes. That's crazy.
Well, yeah, you look on paper, these are 2 upsets.
And look, guys, Dream's really, really good. I just thought Trap would play better.
He's coming, man. Like, I mean, I don't think he's going to win a GSL this year, but I think he's someone that's like, he'll top 4 this year maybe, and, you know, he's next year maybe is a GSL.
This means we've got Dream versus Solar up next in the winners match. That's so crazy.
Trap Maru in the loser.
I still
Jane
think
Green Wings in the loser match?
That is crazy.
Is this Creator versus SOS?
We're going to go to a break. We come back, Solar versus Dream, to decide who moves on to the round of 8.
성능을 대용량 배터리로 언제 어디서나 더 오래 즐기다. 72Wh 대용량 배터리, 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준, LG 울트라 기어. 듀얼 메모리, 듀얼 저장 장치. 고성능을 듀얼 업그레이드로 더 오랜 기간 즐기다.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
거기 들어와. 거기 밑에 걔 잡고. 나이스. 됐어.
미안해 로우나. 화났어? 미안해. 내가 해줄게. 잠깐 내가 누르면 안 돼. 누르면 안 돼 지금. 잠깐 교편한데 무슨 소리야?
좋은 시간 되세요.
From the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
고고! 핫식스!
너무 많이 마셨다.
청정제주 숙취비법과 탄산의 만남. 숙취엔 가스강.
네, 이렇습니다.
이상한데? 이렇게 작아. 너무 안 보이는데? 보이지가 않잖아. 쓸 수가 없는데? 아니, 키워보라고.
성능을 17대화면으로 언제 어디서나 더 크게 즐기다. WQXGA 초고화질의 17대화면, 16:10 최적의 화면비. 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준, LG 울트라 기어.
싱그러운 청귤이 사이다를 더 청량하게. 새로움을 마시다.
실성 사이다. 라면이요. 자 이게 나왔습니다.
잠깐만 들어주세요. 빨리 나와요 이거.
음료 나왔습니다.
From the beginning.
고고! 핫식스!
숙취 이제 탄산으로. 청정제주 숙취비법과 탄산의 만남. 숙취엔 가스강.
성능을 언제 어디서나 가볍게 즐기다. 지포스 GTX 1650 그래픽 최신 인텔 10세대 프로세서 탑재. 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준, LG 울트라 기어.
상큼한 복숭아가 사이다를 더 청량하게. 새로움을 마시다.
실성 사이다. 취했나?
청정제주 숙취비법과 탄산의 만남. 숙취엔 가스강.
잡아 킬 프림님 힐 그렇지 나 힐 이태원 쓰리깡 온다 잡아 바닥 바로
From the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
고고 핫식스.
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
야, 우리 진짜 한 판만 더 이기면 돼.
야 그럼 나 화장실 좀 갔다 올게.
야, 어디가?
금방 와.
자, 이 정도. 20여 명의 학생들이 컴퓨터 게임에 몰입하고 있는 또 다른 PC방. PC방의 전원을 꺼보겠습니다.
From the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
고고 핫식스.
엘리전 구도 가죠. 베르노스 입장에서 엘리전 구도 가야 됩니다. 어차피 여기 짓기 어려워졌어요.
바꿔주는 싸움으로 예언자가 좀 많아요. 사이클론 2개.
근데 저 사이클론이 예언자 4개에 끊겨버리게 된다. 저 해방선은 추적수 3개에 언제든 잡히는 걸 거거든요. 예언자가
그냥 스쳤이 나갔습니다.
사이클론이 예언자에 녹아버리면
들어가서 하나.
잡았거든요. 모를 수 있죠.
독이 잡았으면 사도와서 싹쓸이 하나요.
사도를 뭐로 잡을까요? 건설옷으로 절대 못 잡거든요.
없어요. 건설 로봇으로 할 수 있는 건 아무것도 없습니다.
한유지는 본진에 있는 추적자를 뽑은 상태로 다시 한번 내려면 GSL.
서로 준비한 필드 싸움에서 김혜진 선수 승리 따냈어요.
막기만 하면 되거든요. 수정탑.
점사.
일단 수정탑에 있는 사람이긴 한데.
수정탑 데미지 계속 들어가죠.
해병 태워주는 컨트롤까지 나와주고 있고요. 해병 많이 나왔죠. 이거 프로토스가 지키려고 했는데 막질 못하게 된다면
다시 한번 들어갑니다. 이번에.
불곰이 없는데 거실 앞으로 다가가면 자살행위가 될 수 있어요. 이거죠. 지뢰. 근데 너무 똘똘 뭉쳐 있습니다. 김민수 선수 한 개를 줬는데 다 막아줘.
앞전면 기는 병력 잡지 먹고 달려들고 있어요.
이게 자석이고 지뢰 뒤에 매달리고 하나씩 잡으면 넘어갈 수 있습니다.
위에서 김민수 선수 병력 누굽니까?
준비는 한 번.
야생 스타일 나오네요. 야생 이게 본적 없는 테란 야생의 기믹쇼. 다시 한번 들어갑니다. 이번에
전투 작업체 방패 다 배제하고 공격만 앞당겨서
공격에
지뢰들을 계속 올라가는
빨간불 들어왔습니다. 이거 위기 벗어나야 돼요.
이거 다른 건 몰라도 연결차와 타운을 지키면서 나가야 되는 거예요. 그게 점사할 수 있죠. 그게 점사.
점사 기가 막힌데
김효진도 1점차가 너무 좋았습니다. 의료전을 끌었기 때문에 전차는 못 살려갔어요. 근데 지금 센터 쪽에 내려가는 변을 왜 뒤로 잡힙니까? 이거 말고 센터 쪽에 병력. 아직 센터 쪽에 또 들어왔거든요. 여기서 근데 조합을 안 갖추고 지원자 방패 들어서 실수 같은데 이거 지금 김효진 엄청 큰 실수 같은데
무덤이 됩니다. 무덤이 돼요.
이거 아니었으면 분방기로 시간 벌고 거신 나올 때까지 버틸 수 있었는데 지금 이런 사도 때문에 한 번의 변호가 타이밍을 잡아갑니다.
야 이거 같은 병력. 저 위로 건물 깨러 돌아가는데요.
일단 거신이 두개 바이킹 두개가 너무 크게 지뢰면서 못 버티면 밀어내겠는데요.
타이밍 앞에 김민환 입싸움에서 김민민 선수는 변화를 손에 말리고 있습니다. 물지를 못해 잡지를 못해 손을 뻗어도 못 잡아요.
이게 탐사정을 잡더라도
자, 지름에서
본진 정도
자생이 또 하나 한번 어떻게든
한 번 더 잘못 해봤습니다. 이러면서 상대방의 한번 우리도 확인했어. 지금
흔들어야죠.
그래서 한 번 들어갑니다.
스캔 썼어요. 상대 올인인 거 이제 눈치챘습니다.
네. 상대방 플레이.
자, 한번 밑에
앞마당에
패드가 빠르죠.
아니 그 와중에 컨트롤 못해 앞마당에 손으로 다 뺐어요.
이게 멀티태스킹.
언덕이
야생의
오시고
멀티태스킹.
이거 이제 올라가면 좀 위험해 보입니다.
와, 다 튀겨버립니다.
김유진이 전면은 눌렀는데 앞마당에
이거
컨트롤
싸워요.
못해요. 이것도 실수죠.
이렇게 여기 살아있기를 비네. 야생에서 돌아온 배열 선생이 이렇게 무너집니까?
앞마당 비었죠.
더 이상 흔들리면 안 돼요.
네.
더 이상은 안 돼요.
완성된 지가 한참 됐고 자원이 700이에요.
네.
들어가야 됩니다. 부터 완성되기 직전에.
말리면 안 돼요.
그리고 이거 들어가면서 사실
트램플을 아니 해병 준비해야 돼요. 끝나면 어떡해요?
끝나면 안 되죠.
디스코 깨버려야죠. 깨버려야죠.
자, 그렇다면 암흑기사의 모든 걸
못하면 깨버리고
암흑기사 힘으로
스캔까지 빼면서 못하면
어떻게든
시간 보여줘야 되는 공각인데
막을 수가 없습니다.
뭐로 만나요? 대란의 진출 병력을
이것이 야생 불검이다.
야생의 불곰이 출동했죠.
일반적인 테란이 아니에요.
도시는 사업도 안 되는데 불금은 모든 걸 배우고 모든 걸 깨우치고 야생에서 나왔는데 이걸 뭐로 막죠?
빛도 없는 그 암흑에서 오로지 우승을 차지하기 위해서 패가 치르는 변현우.
네, 테란의 피해 역사를 결국
거신! 거신이 무너지면 끝납니다.
그 강성했던 프로토스와
세계관으로
무너뜨립니까? 다 터졌어요.
이런 거 없죠. 테란 프로가 완성.
무소속으로 공허일상에서 말도 안 되는 기적을 만들어냈습니다. 그 선수의 이름은 변현우.
지금까지 단 한 번도 썼던 무소속이었던 야이 변현 선수 드디어 우승을 차지했습니다.
라운드 오브 16 마루 솔라 드림 아프리카 TV 프리급 스튜디오 라이브 2020 GSL 시즌 2 코드 S 더 커밍 스톰.
Welcome back to the GSL Code S. It is time for the winners match, and in what has probably been the biggest plot twist in the round of 16, it's Solar versus Dream in the winners match. They're both playing insanely good.
Yeah.
Good enough to, I think, defeat the two favorites, the two players who historically we'd look at as stronger. I mean, it's Maru versus Trap in this almost bizarro world of StarCraft. We have Maru versus Trap and the losers.
Yeah. Well,
let those two nubbins fight it out. We'll figure that out later. Right now, the important match here is Dream and Solar.
And I tell you what, I think after watching Solar versus Maru, you got to consider him favored here against Dream.
I think so. I mean, he looked basically flawless.
He looked 10 times better than Dark has looked in this tournament.
Dream looked very good against Trap, but Trap seemed to have a lot of misplays. I don't know if we have a good measurement of where Dream is in a close match. Anyways, we're about to find out because game 1 is ready. Let's go to Pillars of Gold.
경기가 준비되었다. 한번 시작해 볼까? 솔라 강민수 브레이브 스타 게이밍 드림 조중혁
So they haven't played recently. It's kind of funny. Offline match history. I was going to say, they play so much online stuff, both these guys.
Yeah.
Like, they must have played. That is almost impossible, because they're always at the top of, like, every online tournament. Yeah, I actually, like, coming into today, I was kind of like, wow, I hope I actually get to see Dream versus Maru. That was kind of the match where I'm like, I'm not sure if those two will hit each other, but that would be, I really want to see where Dream's TVT is at compared to Maru right now. And looking at the way that today's going, I'm like, you know what? I think we might get that for the final match of the day. Don't want to jump too far ahead, but that could be very cool. Now, already, a little bit interesting. It's a Marine opener rather than going into Reaper.
Yeah, but how is he going to damage 4 Lings and then get away without killing anything? Drone scouting the corner here.
Is he going to expand there?
Oh, you know what? He actually, I think,
Dude, there's no Reaper, so maybe.
He is going to do it. Tosis. Tosels.
Okay, so this is the type of situation where he might win because of this and he might lose because of this.
Uh-huh.
And after beating Maru straight up in macro games, I want your opinion on whether he should be even doing this against Dream.
He should be doing this against Dream.
Why?
I approve of this. Why not?
Because he beat Maru straight up in macro games, and this adds volatility to his series.
I approve it. I approve. I think if he wins...
Based on what, though? Do you have any reason other than just saying
well,
yes?
I mean, you look at...
Just yelling yes while you jump down a cliff without a parachute?
No, listen to me. If I was Dream, I would be thinking the same thing that you're thinking, Artosis. I'd be like, oh no, a macro game. I better try to power up effectively. I better try to get greedy because Solar's so good that there's no way if I play standard or safe, I'll beat him. I might have to cut corners. Cutting corners? You know how you lose when you cut corners? Is when they ches you.
You think it's going to be a cheese?
Yes.
Okay.
I think it's going to be...
Yeah,
here's
you're
Roach
definitely
Horn.
right.
He's going to come in there and rush him.
Oh,
He's going to do damage. He's going to hurt him.
It's going to hurt him.
He's going to hurt him.
I think he hasn't been hurt before. Oh, look at this. This is funny. It looks like this might be a weird Hellbat push. Look at the armory.
Oh, yeah.
So the fact that he's going roaches is already really good against that, right?
Yeah.
Huh.
Solar is the greatest thinker of our time.
Is he?
He is. Did you know that the Solars invented aqueducts?
Damn.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's
The
like how you
sundial?
get water from like up high to down low.
Yeah.
It's like a man-made waterfall that's very slow.
The sundial, the flushing toilet.
Whoa, how about the compass?
Not the compass.
No, not the compass.
Not the compass.
No.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves here, Artosis, you know? Using bread to make sandwiches. That was also the Solars.
Oh my god. I thought that was the Earl of Sandwich.
No.
Okay, hold on. Here comes the Hellbat push, but he already has roaches out, which probably should make Dream think, what the hell is going on? There's no third base, and there's roaches.
Oh, and are there roaches?
Oh,
They're
are
coming
roaches.
in here. There are roaches.
Look at him. He's going to run. It's time to run.
Pick up. Go, go, go.
Okay, he's bringing back his Liberator. I think he has to put that above the high ground if he wants it to have any chance of staying alive.
But I think Zerk's fine with that. They can go and take fights in other spots.
He's making a Banshee, but it's going to take a bit to get out.
Yeah.
Just started it. Oh, I like that re-siege. Gets
Yeah, that was
hit
cute.
off.
Try to inch in there. Okay, there's enough. You can actually shoot the not the Banshee, the Liberator down. There's 10 Lings being made behind it, and there is another Ravager coming. He dodges.
Nice dodge right there. Very, very quick. But this is not over. Solar has a lot of Ravagers.
Oh, and in between. Now, if the Liberator tries to siege up, it can be shot down by the Ravagers.
He's trying to wait for Vials to come out.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. Here we go.
Look at that. Damn. That was like a game of chicken, except he hit his Ravager with his Vials there.
Okay, we're at the point where the wall is going to be torn down, and that's when the Lings can come in, and that's when this becomes fatal damage.
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
Wow.
Lings are going to get on top of absolutely everything.
Solar just crushing it with strategic brilliance.
Yeah.
A completely unexpected strategy here. You know, He played into his greatness in macro by coming in here with a great cheese as well. He's playing not just the player, he's playing the group. And he's playing everybody else trying to figure out how to stop him.
And you know what else? Like, he caught the strategy Dream brought. You're right. Like, Dream was trying to play an aggressive strategy aimed to hurt somebody who is trying to play a regular macro game.
Yes.
He gets absolutely stomped by Solar in game 1.
That was beautiful. Solar's the greatest human of all time. The Solars also learned that cooking food, they were the first to cook.
That's why their brains are bigger.
That's why their brains are bigger, because they could eat meat, which would allow them to grow larger brains. And then the Solars learned how to use tools. Okay, like a simple
mouse,
a stick, and a rock, you know, to fish.
Yeah.
That became a mouse.
Yeah, the rock became the mouse.
The rock became the mouse.
Stick the keyboard.
Yes, exactly.
Damn. Thanks, Solar.
And that's why there aren't any more Dreams anymore. The Solars ate them all up.
Wow.
The
Dream,
last of his kind. That game, the Dream looked like the dodo, okay? A flightless bird.
Yeah, but not a penguin. Penguins get around just fine.
They can swim, Artosis.
And they can slide down ice on their bellies.
That's right, and they're great in movies, too, so they make great actors.
Yeah.
We're going to go to Death Aura. Death Aura.
All right, let's see if Solar has something else planned. I think he'll fall back into a more regular game here. You don't want to. You don't want to be too crazy, too rabid.
You say that, I don't know. I think you're probably right, but Solar is bringing out the best Zerg play I've seen, man. Game 2 is loaded up. Solar vs. Dream continues on.
경기가 준비되었다. 한번 시작해 볼까? 솔라 강민수.
Bet if he took those glasses off, he would lose.
You sure?
Well, he'd be stupid looking, right? People with glasses look smart.
That's true.
Also, he probably couldn't see the screen very well.
That's true.
That would make it harder.
So, we go into this game now. I don't know what to expect from Solar. I mean, that was a really smart play there. I think it was also the build Dream opened with was also kind of countered by it. But especially just like these little tactics, like once he got the Liberator to unsiege, he never let it siege up again.
Well, that was like they were waiting for each other.
Yeah.
Like without the Biles, that's a lot more damage into your battle, right? But as soon as the Biles go off, he can siege the Liberator.
Right.
So he just waited and waited and waited and then nailed it as soon as he sieged. So really some great play. You see that meta evolving with how to micro units in battles like this. Really just great games tonight. Great play all over the place. Even the bashes are good.
Yeah. Well, I think if I had to guess, I think it's going to be a macro game here. I think you win with that, and Solar says, if I can take 2 macro games off Maru, I can do it to Dream.
Well, that's what I was
At least
saying.
one of them, you know, at least one. But you don't know Artosis. I mean, you're kind of like a... You're like a human trying to talk about like what aliens know right now, okay?
Yeah, yeah. What?
You know.
Human talking
You're
about
like, here's what the
aliens
Area 51 aliens want. It's like, we have no idea. We have no idea, okay?
Well, that is true. That is true.
I mean, remember what happened in Independence Day where everybody's like, oh, let's go greet the aliens, and it's like, they don't care. They're going to use their super laser nukes and destroy everything. We didn't get to find out what the aliens wanted until, you know, they got control of the president, and the president could read their thoughts.
Or they injected their thoughts into him.
Yeah. He's like, they go from planet to planet.
Oh, yeah.
Using up all natural resources. I'm like, well, this is just...
It's like us in the future,
yeah,
honestly.
Exactly. Like, sounds like some bad aliens. We should take them out.
Thing is, we would do the same.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just throwing that out there. Just we aren't, like, sophisticated enough yet, and we haven't destroyed the whole Earth yet.
So. Not yet. We're getting there, though. Don't worry.
Yeah, one day.
Yeah.
but that is kind of funny. Yeah. We'll be the alien bad guys one day. Imagine there's like actual alien-looking things. They have movies and they have like humanoid-looking things invading them and
that's right,
taking their stuff.
These are aliens that don't have the ability to enjoy sound, so our music is what just we use to battle them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what? When the humans get there, it's like what they're afraid of isn't us stealing their land, but all these human tourists going down and taking selfies with them, and they hate that.
They hate that so
like, no!
much.
Oh, we're ruined.
They don't show up looking good on our Instagram filters.
Yeah. All right, so it looks like a BC rush here. But with Overlord speed done, going to be able to scout that well ahead of time.
Dream's shown a pretty wide range of different plays here. Good Overlord scout. Solar likes to do quite a bit, actually.
Yeah, he didn't see the fusion core yet, so there is, there's a little bit of a question as to what's going on.
He didn't spot what he was looking for.
No, he's sending a second Overlord now, so he will be able to scout it, but a little bit later. These Marines kind of have to stay on top of this one. Fight the enemy you know, right? And that's this Overlord right here. He wants to get in so badly.
Second Overlord here, I like this.
Should have lured the Marines in the other direction. Okay, he sees the third command.
Are you kidding me?
There it is.
Oh, there it is, okay.
Damn. It's a whole mini game getting the
I know,
scout
right?
off.
Roach Warren finishes. Drone's being transferred here.
Ooh. I like that Dream's going mech here, Tasteless.
Yeah, this is pretty cool.
The Solar's play against Bio was just so hard, right?
Yeah, let's see how he does against mech. I mean, mech takes a little bit longer to kind of start up. I don't know if that's good or bad for someone like Solar. I think that Bio can be a little bit harder to play against, to be honest. Like, if you have a player who's really good at being active, I mean, they can always try to fight you.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not trying to say, like, one is more skilled. I just think that, like...
Well, I think
there's
playing
more
Bio
opportunities
is more skilled.
I think that there's more opportunity to do damage, too.
Yeah,
and look for fights. So
I think more can go wrong and more can go right with Bio in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I agree. The edges are kind of hard on a mech build.
Yeah.
There's not much you can do early.
Yeah.
It's hard to kind of cheat and eke your way into a lead, but if you get it set up right, then it's really hard to fight.
You're making more complicated unit comps and stuff.
Right. They take longer to be utilized on a map. But then when they get there, they do a lot of damage.
Yeah. All right, Hellions roaming around a bit. The BC is flying across the map right now. Might be a good time to utilize that BC.
Okay, BC coming up, already taking some shots there. I like the small Roach counterattack.
Yeah, that's really annoying. He actually jumps home to deal with it.
Goes home. And look at this, he can split these Roaches up and hit different locations, and there's just no real momentum here for...
yeah.
Look at that, just targeting down the weaker Hellions.
Kind of weird almost, the way that he's playing it. I like what Solar's up to, just spending small amounts of Roaches, but it's a BC opening. He hasn't lost a single drone.
Yeah, the second BC's out and the third one's on the way.
And Solar's up at about 70 drones right now, so we might see the Corruptor Roach Flood. Because,
that could be.
Yeah, basically...
Oh, you nailed it too. Look, it's just started.
Yeah, yeah. This is I think that this is a really interesting way to deal with BC into mech, because you actually don't have good anti-air, and if you have good anti-air, you don't have good anti-ground.
Yeah,
so you're kind of hitting them with both things. The Corruptors will force BCs off, and you'll run through everything else.
Yeah, Zerk's basically going to win a fight somewhere.
Yeah, look at this, 12 Corruptors. Those things not...
But it seems like it's almost more important that Corruptors win the air fight. Then everything kind of falls apart here.
You can force the BCs to jump away real quick with the Corruptors. Yeah. And then they aren't helping against the Roaches, and it's like, well, you've spent so much money on BCs at this point. Okay, here we go. Corruptors coming in.
Oh, they're going to be inside this little speed-up zone.
See, making them jump right away.
Immediately moving forward, though.
So he's going to have to repair. You see immediately a turret going up.
I think there might be enough SCVs underneath, especially with the Widow Mines. Yeah, pretty well covered here. 4 bases, though, for Zerg.
I like how Dream has turtled this.
Yeah.
I think the Hellbats are really, really key here for tanking damage.
This is exactly what he needs to do. He also has enough to cover his third. He's covering the entrance of his natural.
Yeah.
It's not like there's a Nidus Worm that's being made here that could change the positioning of this game.
And you know what? The mines, I think, are just enough that Solar can't pull the trigger here.
And I think this is a really good example of why Dream is such a great player. He's really handled this wonky Unicomp pretty well.
Yeah, yeah. And this is something that evolved while he was gone, by the way, this exact meta. This is like from about a year ago.
I love this. Just going right on top of these structures. This forces a fight. Oh my gosh, the Cyclone's timed out perfectly here.
Yeah, gonna have to pull those out.
Should Zerk just back off here and take a fifth and
He
wait?
can't do anything.
Yeah,
he absolutely can't do anything.
Seems like Terran is impregnable right now.
And look at this, he's adding 5 facts, continuing upgrades as well. Solar just needs to take bases. Like, Solar needs to get into everything, you know? And how are we going to see Solar actually play against this? Like, what is the comp he wants to go for? Okay, he's adding in Infestors. This is kind of the question that we're looking towards. It's like, are you going to go Infestors? Are you going to try Swarm Host play? It feels a bit late for Swarm Host play. I don't really like that option that much. Infestors, though, are all right.
Guns down that Corruptor. I think right now Solar needs to be careful how much he's out on the map here. But I guess there's a high enough Corruptor count that you can't stay out here for too long. Now keep in mind, BCs are usually used early on to do a lot of damage and really inhibit the Zerg from growing. It never really got to happen here.
No, it never did.
Although we see this unit comp that was pretty cool made by Solar and it didn't really do that much, Terran was zoned out of the strategy that he wanted to do.
That's true. He didn't really have the early game he wanted, and then Solar didn't have the mid game he wanted.
And we're already seeing that these battlecruisers are not really that good flying around the map. Like, they basically shoot stuff and then jump away. So I actually think Solar, as we're getting to the climax here of players maxing out, it seems to me that actually Solar is going to have a better army. Would you agree with this? Or do you think
like, I like the add of the Infestors. I feel like the mech is just going to scale a bit better, and you're going to have to get some good moves in. Like, yeah, like I like the Terran army a little bit more right now, basically. Good defense here from Solar. This creep spread looking fantastic. Little group of battle mechs still running around.
Oh, don't lose those.
That was a really good split up. I wonder if he scanned to see that. Because you're looking to fungal the battle mech, then run Blink Bane into it or whatever.
Yeah, it looks like we're gonna have at least two Infestors live. I thought it was gonna be 2 dead.
He killed one and got all the energy off all 3.
Yeah, he's gonna have to make some more before he has anything. But we still have a large number of Banes.
Looks like he's getting ready, by the way, for Broodlords.
Yeah, well, I think he wants to have the Broodlords pair with the Banes and start to really move through, because, you know, if you have Banelings underneath the Broodlords, you can't really get underneath the Broodlords and fight. Terran doesn't have a great air army.
Yeah, he's actually adding quite a few Thors now to help deal with that. But Infestors can be a good counter against Thors as well. Just you have to get a certain number of them. It's a hard unit comp to play nowadays because the Infestor did get nerfed, Broodlord did get nerfed. Thors actually can fight them out. By the way, oh, never mind. I was like, does he not have Baneling speed? No, he does.
Okay. More shots fired over here. Terran is also getting to the point where they have like a lot of bases, which makes mech very scary. But also when you see Zerg fighting a meching Terran player, like you gotta be careful. Like, let's say a lot of the tanks are killed off. It's gonna be a long time before you have that many tanks. It's very different from Marine Marauder tank, where our armies are chunked off. They're all remade at about the same pace here.
Yeah. How do you engage this now?
I actually don't know.
He has a lot of Banelings. I
think you need a lot of blinding. Or, well, I was gonna say a lot of blinding.
He has like
clouds,
one Viper only.
Yeah,
though.
but he can't do that. Okay. Oh,
Okay, so-
I like this.
Well, he steals some, but is that well timed because they die so quickly there? Okay, some good blinding clouds do end up going off. Some vials being thrown down as well there.
Okay, so he's chunked off a decent amount. Now, Terran's not finished yet. Terran's going to move in here. The tank count is much lower, though. Zerg had banked up quite a bit. Barely dodging those vials there. But I actually think this might be enough muscle to just...
Well, that base is
space,
definitely
yeah.
dead.
But, you know, there's still a chance for Terran to overextend here.
Yeah, yeah. If he loses all those units, I mean, that is a bit painful. He doesn't have a big bank. Solar might be able to run his army around this and stop reinforcements and then, you know, wait a couple rounds and go kill it.
You know, we never had a counterattack here from Solar either, worth pointing out.
Yeah, that's true. Good spread here from Dream. Because he's starting to get reinforcements in there too, so that makes it a lot harder.
You know, these armies don't move very quickly, the mech armies, so it's definitely giving Zerg enough time. It's one of the disadvantages of going mech. It's not like Stim Marines where when you take a win in a fight, you can really push in and do even more damage. Great blinding clouds on the Thors.
Oh my God.
This is just going to get cleaned up, right?
Well,
like,
he's trying to kill everything with Banelings at this point.
Yeah, well, he does
He's trying to pull a Nest T here.
Yeah.
And it seems like it just about works.
There's this weird moment. There's like 2 mules, a Cyclone, and a tank here. With Corruptors and 1 Ravager.
Yeah. My God, almost no units left over after that.
Now that
Where do we stand after all that?
Well, let's also point out that there's Broodlords about to come out here. There's 8.
God, he saved all the BCs. Okay, so Broodlord's coming out. He killed every Thor.
Yeah.
The 3 BCs are still alive, and a lot of Cyclones are being made, but Ling Bane can deal with Cyclones.
Yeah, it seems like there might be some room for counterplay here from Solar. The problem, though, is, you know, Broodlords are kind of crappy at counterattacking.
Yeah.
They do, you know, they are these units where it's like, aha, now what will you do? Broodlord player, and the other guy goes, not ever engage these units.
Yeah.
You know, you can always...
Or when I do, they're all dead.
Yeah. And so even though the Zerg gets a solution with the Broodlords, they also can oftentimes find out that there's a problem along with this too. You know, their movement is limited. They do have kind of a death ball-y thing going on. If there's an attack coming across the map, it's going to be very slow. And Terran, with as you can see here with the Cyclones and the Hellions, there is room for a counterattack as well.
Okay, so compositionally speaking here, it's Ling Bane, Infestor, Broodlord. That should do really well against Battle Mech, right? Like, Tank Thor would do better against this type of composition, I think. Huh. Like, I can't imagine him getting lock-ons on the Broodlords. It's, like, really hard. You have to turn off the autocast, obviously.
But I think it's plays like this that Dream's looking for, right? The Broodlords are never going to get here in time. And if they were to make their way over here, they just leave again. You know.
Where are the Broods right now?
I actually don't know.
He needs to do something
I think
with
it's
them.
close to the center and to the lower right.
I don't think that they're going to gain value right now, you know? Just sitting there with them?
Yeah.
This is not the old Broodlord where you're like, oh, now I have 15 of them. Now you're really dead. It's like, well...
Okay, that was just an area that should not have been given any attention to by the Terran.
You know what? He just scanned the Broods. That might be the first time he saw them. Maybe he was trading supply or something, because now he's just going Thor Viking.
I think you're right.
Well, let's see how this engagement goes.
Okay, is there enough anti-air for the Zerg here? Because it looks like the ground army is going to get wiped here.
Well, he actually steals the BCs, so yeah, absolutely. Oh my God.
Absolute beast here.
Well, eventually it does wear off, and the BCs are still here.
There's no more Broodlords, by the way. They're literally all gone.
I think that's okay.
I think you might be right.
Yeah, like I think it's okay that I can't believe all 3 BCs made it out. These 3 BCs. The hell?
So what does Zerg want to do now? Okay, gosh, I guess
It's
you
like
want
the
to go
same
back.
thing,
Yeah,
tasteless.
There's only one way to go.
Yeah, I guess. This game is really... It feels weird. This is one of the stranger mech versus Zerg
Well, we don't
games.
get to cast these kind of unicomps fighting. It looks like we're in a different iteration of StarCraft
A lot of times it gets decided before we get to situations like this. That looks scary to engage. Looks like nothing you can do is right attacking that. Poking with Broods might be the right choice.
Hey, I'm really scratching my head this game. This is, I'm trying to figure out where we go from here. We have this funny thing going on where there's this mounting air pressure on both sides. You know, we have a lot of BCs. We have tons of corruptors being made. There are infestors coming in here. It seems like the math gets pretty fuzzy if the infestors manage to, you know, mind control one of these other units, neural parasite them, because there's a lot of big, heavy hitter damage dealing units here.
Yeah, and they tank a lot too if you attack them.
Yeah,
and then you're attacking your own unit basically.
Yeah, like, and we saw Solar try to do this earlier where he knurled like 3 Thors. It wasn't executed perfectly. It's hard for the Zerg to do this, by the way. There's so many spells that have to be cast right away. That's annoying.
This
is a lot of
counterattack.
It's like the most value ever.
Yeah, they got 12 times their worth there.
Yeah. Now, also worth noting here is that both players have expanded towards the upper right. And so it's almost like, you know, a fight is going to be forced. In fact, I think that's going to happen right now. The Infestors need to get up here. Now, they're not very fast when they're burrowed, but let's see what happens.
Yeah, the Vikings coming up and actually getting some real damage in on there.
Yeah, this is a lot. Now, Solar needs to do something here. The hatchery goes down. Solar decided it was too dangerous to try to really take a fight. There is a link counterattack.
He's dealing with the Vikings at the moment. It looks like he's going to actually just try to get out of here.
Oh, that was a weird moment.
Ooh. He just lost like 6 of his 8 infestors for free. They didn't do anything.
These lings are still continuing to do damage. Terran can't really remake that much because the supply is not dropping on this side of the map. Okay, here we go.
Another mind control comes out here, and, well, the Thors are going to town.
Seems like there's enough Broodlings on the ground. Oh, wait, I think I spoke too soon. There's enough Broodlords. Yeah, that's it. GG, Dream did it. What a weird game.
That was...
I will say that was one of the more challenging games to cast.
Yeah, it's hard to know exactly how some of these battles are going to go. There's a lot of it is hinged on what are the infestors going to end up doing.
Right.
And... like, how quickly are they going to die? Because we saw many times the infestors start slinging spells, they start knurling, and then Scan comes down, you know, he sees the rest of the infestors coming, starts picking them off.
Yeah.
And then the value just isn't there for them anymore. Very, very tough game, I think, on both sides.
I don't think we're going to see Solar mess with that unit comp. I think if I had to bet, it would be more Muta Ling Bane.
Against mech as well?
Well, I don't know if Dream's going to keep meching. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, it's Golden Wall. You're probably right. He probably won't mech here.
Yeah, I think you can't mech on that map.
I've never seen anyone mech here.
Well, I think it's too hard to control 2 platforms in mech. I think if they mech, you expand away from them, get ahead, win there. Yeah, I mean, I still think Solar can take this, but Dream, man, he's looking better than ever. Game 3's loaded up. The winner goes on to the round of 8. Let's do this.
경기가 준비되었다. 한번 시작해볼까? 솔라, 강민수. 브레이브 스타 게이밍 드림 조중혁.
Now, and by the way, I think this is very possible, but man, if Dream wins here, what
I know,
a complete, just total crazy result that is. I mean, that's
Dream
just like,
winning would be a complete shift in the landscape because we already had DRG crush, and then if Dream does as well, and Parting's already crushing, and it's like, at that point, you know, we go through these phases where I'm afraid of people going to the army because I'm like, oh, if we lose top players, it's going to erode the league, right? Because it's like, well, this guy won GSL because the 3 other guys weren't here.
Right.
Right? And that was a fear in StarCraft 1 for a long time, like what happens when Flash goes to the military. But now it's like, well, we have so many top players back. And now with StarCraft 2, we're having the same thing where it's like, well, yeah, we're starting to lose some of the really good guys, but Parting, DRG, Dream, these other guys are like, oh no, we're just as good or better than, you know, these other top guys. So
yeah, nothing to worry about here with the future of this game.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think Terran is, just by circumstance of the map, forced into bio play here. I feel like Solar is still slightly favored here.
Yes.
And I'm judging that because he was able to take on Maru.
Absolutely. That's a good enough thing for me.
If you could beat Maru, you beat Maru's bio, he is the gold standard of Terran bio.
Yes, he
Him
is.
and innovation.
Every Zerg says so.
Yeah.
And I think that he's generally better than Innovation at it, but Innovation's in great shape lately too.
Yeah, he's a phenomenal player too. Oh no, it's a sign.
Yeah, had a
it's
head
like we
jerk
drew
there.
the tarot card, the skeleton in the cloak. Your future is not good.
You know about tarot cards?
Do I know? I mean,
you play with them and stuff, Tasos, because you know the
play with
skeleton
them.
in the cloak.
I try to figure my future out. And
Yeah.
Yeah, you know I'm really into tarot cards, you know?
Yeah, no, I can tell. You
Yeah.
knew all about that skeleton with the cloak.
That's right. Uh-oh, you've drawn the moon card. Now, what exactly does Dream want to do here? Is there anything special that he's got in store for us? He did lose that Reaper, which is an omen. It's a bad sign.
It's not a good thing.
It's like a black cat walking by you.
Yeah.
It's like walking under a ladder.
Well, the Reaper dance is really a litmus test for both players. It's just a skill check, you know?
Yeah.
Fortunately, he failed that one. Roach Warren coming down right now.
Sixlings are being made, link speed almost done. Sometimes Zergs do these aggro builds. I don't think it's going to happen here, but let's just keep our minds open.
Yeah, I wonder.
I would be really shocked if Solar did it here, just because I think Solar so easily wins in a powering game. There's six
now
roaches.
6. This isn't okay. 7.
7. That's a lucky number.
Let's see if he makes more than that.
8. Oh, magic 8 ball. Oh.
This is a lot of roaches
Lings.
now. Okay, yeah, this is a pretty dedicated attack. Now, unfortunately for Solar, there is
6
a Banshee on the way.
The number of sides on a die. 2 drones. A flip of a coin.
1 Overlord making the 1 coin that's being flipped.
The loneliest number. Banshee about to come out. No bunker yet. It just started.
Aww.
And the Ravagers are coming here as well.
I don't think he's going to break him.
No, I think this won't do much of anything. He actually hit the Banshee pretty well. The Ling went up the ramp and scouted it.
When he sees the Banshee, that's going to be a little bit painful. Yeah, I think this is the situation where you pull your SCVs and you go up the ramp. Oh, and the bunker might finish, actually,
Yeah, the
though.
bunker is going to finish. Now it's going to go down. It'll only be up for a matter of seconds, but...
Never mind, he knew that so well. Without the bunker there, you might have to run, but that was...
Two eBays instantly thrown down.
Yeah.
Get out of my face, you Zerg scum.
Dude, yeah, he held that with flying colors.
He held it. He bench pressed that. That came on top of him, and he pecs bulged out. He went using perfect form.
Yeah. He ripped that in half like it was a napkin, but it was actually a phone book.
It was a phone book, Artosis.
Yeah. Damn. Dream. He's good, man. Underestimated.
Yeah. He's not even tired. Now he's throwing a medicine ball back and forth while he does sit-ups. He's jacked.
Absolutely jacked.
Yeah.
He's also a member of Mensa and a chess GM.
That's right, yes.
Handsome Terran play.
Yeah, he's looking very good. He's going to start working out with battle ropes next. Oh, my God.
All right, so he's taken the gold base. We don't see that as often from Terran.
Yeah, but I think this is a moment where you absolutely take the gold base. You've won that fight.
Well, I guess for the third, we do see them take it sometimes, right? And then normally Zerg is like trying to run Lings and
But
Veins
we've
or
also
have
seen them
burst.
take, not take it.
Yeah,
but,
that's true.
I think in this case, you win that fight, you take the advantage.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
he's one of those ripped guys on Venice Beach right now, doing a headstand, roided up like crazy.
But natural.
But natural, too. Yeah. People think he's roided up, but he just really
No, he's just that's
healthy.
who he is.
Yeah, he's eating a
born of
lot of
good
chicken
genetics.
breast and broccoli, okay? Don't be
Yeah.
jealous.
Yeah. Dude, okay. He is. Look at the stats here, right?
Yeah.
His 1-1's gonna be finishing around the time 1-1 starts for his opponent. Like, he's already got his gold base up.
Oh, the queen!
He's only down 6 workers with a gold base. Dream is in ridiculously good shape here.
But how do you kill what cannot die?
With Stim Marines. The DPS is pretty good, I heard.
I like the tank placement. It's
Yeah.
not too ambitious. He's not going to overextend. The first mutas started, but we're going to need to see a lot more mutas before they can have any impact in this fight. There are Lings going around to a counterattack. I don't know that this is going to be that effective. The tank has been repositioned here so that if when the creep dissipates enough, the Terrans can then use this. The tank is covered to get inside the natural.
Look at this, he's got this perfect area to retreat up into as well.
Queen goes down.
Dude, he is just massacring here. He's being so efficient.
Counterattack. Let's just never find out what happened over there. Okay, he picked up, got away.
Yeah, he's
One
getting
more
the
tank
Hellbats
is
out
coming
too.
here. There it is, it's unloaded now.
Oh man, he's gonna bring this one down lower.
Oh my god. GG, what?
Dream
This
wins
is
the
the
group.
craziest episode of Game of Thrones I've ever seen.
He's so good right now. It's ridiculous. This is a new era, man.
Yeah.
The era of DRG, the era of Dream, the era of Parting. Old names back, risen from the dead.
Bell-bottom jeans are in. We're from a different era now.
My God.
Let's all
These
stop
old
wearing
fogies
shoes.
like Maru and Solar, like they can't keep up anymore.
Yeah.
They're getting too old.
Not with their arthritis.
Yeah.
Those guys, they got bad hips. Okay? They're going to throw it out playing the game.
Yeah.
We're going to go to an interview with Dream, who got out first. How crazy is that? Andy will translate, and it looks like that should be ready right now.
이번 시즌은 군필 선수들의
And it is
저력이
Dream of
드러나고
Bravestar
있는데요.
Gaming
오늘
moving on to the round of
시조의 1위
8 as the first
진출자
place
브레이브스타
of Group
게이밍
C.
조중혁 선수 만나보겠습니다. 축하드립니다.
Congratulations. Thank
네.
you.
자, 4년 만이란 얘기 참 자주
And
하게
this
되는데요.
is your round of
4년
8
만에 8강
in
진출
4 years.
소감 어떠신가요?
How do you feel?
4년 만인 건 몰랐는데.
Well, I didn't know it's been
오랜만에
4 years
올라가서
already,
좋고,
but it really feels good.
1등으로 올라가서 좋은 것 같아요.
And I think it
네,
feels
오늘
better
오시기
because
전에
I moved on
1위
as the first
진출
place.
예상하셨나요?
And did you expect yourself to move on as the first place?
실력에는 자신 있었는데.
Well, I mean, I was confident with my skills.
뭔가 요새 손목도 좀 아프고.
But my wrist started hurting
뭔가
recently.
연습량이 연습을 많이 하면은 힘들더라고요.
And if I practice too much, it
당연히
burdens
컨디션만
me.
좋으면 올라가겠다
So I
싶었는데
knew that as
손이
long
잘
as my
풀렸던 것
condition was good, I would move
오늘
out.
승자전 2세트 메카닉으로
In their
밀어붙여
winners
승리를
match in the
거뒀습니다.
second set, you
프로토스전에서도
went on with the mechanic,
전타와
obtained the
유령을
win.
확보하면서 장기전을 준비하시기도 했는데요. 이처럼 타이밍도 잘 잡으시지만
So you know you were very good with the timing
잘
attacks,
하시고
and it
또
feels like you are really
좋아한다는
good,
인상도 받았어요.
and your skills
어떠신가요?
shine when it comes to the late game.
장기전을 원래 테란이 예전에는 초중반이 좋았는데
I mean, like
점점
Terran
장기전이
used to be really
좋아지는
good in the
메타로 바뀌는 것 같아서
early
장기전을
phase of
많이
the game,
하고
but now it seems like it's better in the late game.
모르겠어요. 그냥 오늘은 손 가는 대로 했는데.
And I don't know, I just play with an empty mind today.
오늘 그 전에 연습 사기 때 언급하시기도 했던
Before that,
강민수 선수를 이기셨잖아요.
before you mentioned
이런
that you got
강민수
screen baited by
선수에 대한
Solar
그런 승리에 대한
in the
기쁨 뭐
past.
따로
So
있으실까요?
do you feel especially happy
일단
because you beat Solar today?
뭔가 통쾌한 복수 같은
It definitely
그런
feels
것도
like I
있고,
took revenge against him for screen baiting me.
일단 성주를 안 만나고 올라간 것도 운이 좀 좋은 것 같고.
And I feel like I was lucky because I didn't have to face Maru in the
저그전
process.
마지막에 그냥 타진이 잡혀가지고 그냥 원래
배틀할라 했는데 그냥 벤시했는데.
You know, my Reaper got caught in the end, and I went for the Banshee, and I think luck was
사실
definitely the
오늘
most important today.
보여주신 실력이면 앞으로 어떤
I
선수를
mean, with your
만나든
skills shown
자신
today,
있으실
I
것
think you can
같아요.
play
이제 D조
really good in the
2위와 만나게
later
되시는데
matches.
D조 선수들이 굉장하거든요.
And you know, the
지난
Group
시즌
D members are
김희진과
stacked.
김도욱 선수도 있고 또 그 외
There's,
나머지 세
Pure.
명도 모두
And
GSL
there's Zest.
우승자 출신입니다. 김도욱,
And there's Stats.
김대엽, 주성우, 이병렬
And there's Rob.
혹시 만나고 싶은
And that
선수
group is stacked.
있으신가요?
So any player you want to meet.
네 명 다 너무
So, I
만나기
mean, all the
싫은
4
팀이고.
players are so formidable. I don't want to meet
그냥
any of them.
저그전 하고 싶어요.
But I do want to
이병렬은
play a
병렬
TVZ
형이랑
if
하면
possible.
좋을 것 같고.
So I think I'd rather play against
도욱이
Rob.
형은 좀 제발 탈락했으면 좋겠어요.
As for Cure, I hope
왜요?
he gets dropped out.
그냥 제가 생각했을 때 테란 중에 제일 잘하는
I mean,
선수인 것
like
같아요.
in my
중국에서.
opinion, he's the best
아,
Terran right
그래요?
now.
전태양 선수가 아니라
Not TY.
아 진짜 태양이 형도 잘하지만
I mean, TY
제
is good.
생각에 지금 순수 실력으로는
But in my
도욱이 형이
opinion,
1등인
like
것 같고.
pure skill wise,
그리고
I think it's Cure
성주
at the top, and maybe after Maru.
전태양 선수는 3위인 것
So TY is
같습니다.
probably 3, right?
자,
Number 3,
그러면
right?
4등이에요.
Oh, number 4 actually.
아, 그렇군요.
Number 3 is innovation.
네, 4등으로 정정을 해주셨는데요.
And
자,
yes,
4년 만에
it's TY
패가
in the 4th place.
저 기대가 됩니다. 마지막으로 한마디
So
들어볼게요.
before you go, anything you want to say?
일단 연습 도와준 선수가
So I want to thank all the players that helped me practice.
원희삭 선수
So parting.
뭔가 그래도 오늘 소스 중에 제일 잘하는 선수를 이겨서 자신감이 생긴
You
것
know,
같고
I was really happy to beat the best protos out there.
나든 이겨서 올라가 보도록 하겠습니다.
So I'm gonna try my
네,
best.
다시 한번 1위 진출
Once again,
축하드립니다.
congratulations on moving on to as the first place. Thank you.
네, 이렇게 군필의 힘 1위 진출자 조중혁 선수를
They should have taken
만나봤는데요.
Dream more seriously.
GSL 이벤트 안내해드립니다.
This is a guy who is, I think, going to go a really, really long way. I mean, if you get out of this group first, you can actually win this tournament.
Yeah.
You can absolutely win this tournament. I mean, this is clearly he's skilled enough to do it, but the players that the other 3 players are so good, are so phenomenally accomplished in StarCraft 2.
Yeah.
And the way Dream played, it looked incredible. Now I don't know. It's either going to be the 3 players we thought were the best. One of them's going to get eliminated. Then another one.
Yeah. Who gets out?
Who do we even want to have move on?
I think Solar's going to move on.
You think he can keep beating Maru?
I think
You
Maru's
could
going
be
to go
right.
mech against him.
We've got a short break. We come back. The elimination match. Do not go away.
상큼한 복숭아가 사이다를 더 청량하게. 새로움을 마시다.
실성 사이다.
성능을 대용량 배터리로 언제 어디서나 더 오래 즐기다. 72Wh 대용량 배터리, 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준, LG 울트라 기어. 듀얼 메모리, 듀얼 저장 장치. 고성능을 듀얼 업그레이드로 더 오랜 기간 즐기다.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
거기 들어와. 그 밑에 개 잡고. 나이스. 자, 씨. 됐어.
미안해 로나. 화났어?
미안해. 내가 해줄게.
아 잠깐 내가 누르면 안 돼. 아 누르면 안 돼 지금. 자 교표가 무슨 소리야?
좋은 시간 되세요.
From the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
고고! 핫식스!
너무 많이 마셨다.
청정제주 숙취비법과 탄산의 만남. 숙취엔 가스강.
싱그러운 청귤이 사이다를 더 청량하게. 새로움을 마시다.
실성 사이다.
Land of 16 Maru Sola Tre Dream Africa TV Playground Studio Live 2020 GSL Season 2 Code S The Coming Storm.
You know those really accomplished top-tier players? Let's get rid of one of them. They're not good enough. They're not round of 8 quality enough. They're not like Dream.
No, they're not like Dream at all.
They're not like the perfect body with an IQ of 150.
Yeah. Which is what, of course, Dream's butler is.
That's right.
Okay.
The guy who spots Dream when he's benching.
Yeah. We're gonna have Trap going up against Maru. The best Protoss in the world right now, Trap, against just the Terran that everyone looks up to.
Yeah, enough of this. Get these dinosaurs out of here.
Yeah, they seem washed up to me. Who do you think actually wins between these two?
I think Maru does.
I do too.
Yeah. Trap does not look good. Trap looks like he looks like what was once a very powerful robot, but now the bolts are coming off. Microchips are old.
Yeah.
You know, it's, I don't know. I mean, maybe if he can really play well, but he didn't do that well against Dream at all. And I do think Maru is still really, really scary. I mean, like, the difference between Maru and Trapper is Maru looked like a beast against Solar. Yeah, it's
경기가 준비되었다. 한번 시작해볼까? 진에어 그린윙스 트랩 조성호. 진에어 그린윙스 마루 조성주.
Yeah, Trap didn't look super good PvT against Dream, which is weird, of course, because Trap is top 2 PvT win rate in the world, along with Parting. So I mean, I guess we get to see what Maru's TVP looks like right now. Obviously, they're on the same team, so there's probably going to be some mind games going on that are hard for us to identify.
Yeah.
So anything that looks kind of weird and off is very likely, you know, some sort of strange mind game from how well they know each other.
Yeah, let's see what we got here. I want to know if Trap is going to do a similar build to what he did against Dream. That style, that
like
blink
the fort gate,
yeah, observer, and I'm going to put some pressure on you.
Hard to imagine it working out, to be honest. I guess we'll see. I mean, he did it, so maybe it works versus Maru in practice, right?
Yeah, you might be right. Maybe Maru's actually kind of weak to it.
Second barracks coming up right away here for Maru. A little bit more unit heavy.
Maybe going to do a little bit of a pressure build here. Maybe he knows there's some holes in the defense early on.
Like a 2-on-1, you think?
Yeah, maybe something like that.
Huh.
Maybe spring an attack on him before Trap's really able to get all the pieces assembled to where he has the army he wants. I mean, we don't generally see Terrans try to be aggressive early on to Protosses, but that doesn't mean it can't be done.
Sure,
but Maru may just know some special, quirky little build where you come in there and do some damage, because you don't really have much when you're doing this for starts as Protoss.
There is a little window where you're a little bit light.
You're trying to get Blink, you're trying to get an Observer and a Warp Prism, and you know you're going to get Stalkers later. You kind of get the other tech parts and then get that. So maybe there's a chance. I want to see what's upgraded at the Tech Lab, by the way, but we'll see Terran attack.
Yeah, it should be Stim starting up here shortly. Get that starport going first. Stim is just so fast nowadays. Dark Shrine. Okay, something very different coming out of Trap.
And it seems like both these players are really picking unusual stuff here.
Yeah, and this actually scares me a little bit for Trap, to be honest.
I agree.
You're going to be much more unit light. You don't have something like Blink coming very quickly. So there's always that punish potential against something like what Maru's doing if you do have Blink, right?
Yeah.
Where you kind of out-micro him and then you chase him down. Whereas with the DTs, it's kind of like, okay, do you have scans when it gets there? And that's the end of the questions, right?
Yeah. By the way, it hops up there. Look, I think this would be working better maybe if Maru was getting a third CC more quickly, you know? Instead, because this actually looks like it's supposed to look like the Stalker build, but it's actually just
it
looks
looks
like
the
just
Stalker
a DT build. So he's hoping he's going to throw Maru off.
Yeah.
But Maru's also appearing to do something that's going to throw his opponent off here as well.
Oh no. Oh no, is this actually going to get in?
No, I think the probe. No!
That is so painful.
Well, does he keep scouting?
He saw it. He went past the DT.
Oh, was the Dark Shrine down there? I'm sorry. I thought it was in the main. Never mind.
Yeah, he has an eBay making. He's not dropping a mule from the natural. The natural almost has the energy, I believe. And we'll see if he starts the turret. Yep, he saw it. There's nothing here to stop the DTs though, so that's kind of funny. Did you scout the DT tech? Now I really got you.
So the SCVs are pulled away. Notice how the DTs are going to be split up here. One DT gets away.
Ooh.
Another drop.
There's 3 DTs still.
Immediate turnaround here. Widow mines are going to be dropped over by the
probes. That was so almost the juiciest.
These DTs are still doing damage.
Yeah.
Trap looking pretty good, to be honest with you.
Yeah, no, it's working out. It's working out. Okay, I believe all the DTs have been cleaned up. Oh, wait, never mind. There's
spoke too soon. There's only 30 workers to the 49 probes right now of Protoss. I mean, this is really doing work. And, of course, every scan is not a mule. So, like, the strategy was effective, to say the least.
Yeah.
Damage was dealt.
No, it was, like, more than you expect with the build.
Yeah.
So he's certainly ahead after that.
Yeah, I think we really underestimated Trap's ability to hurt Maru back there. I guess I'm just so used to Maru shutting everything down, but Maru was definitely caught off guard. And the opening that Maru wanted to do didn't really get to bring anything out here.
Ooh, I don't think Trap actually saw that. Oh, wait, no, he did.
Okay. Well, this is going to get even worse here. This Yeah, let's see if Maru ends up just hemorrhaging more units, because Blink is going to be done like as this drop gets in there.
Yeah.
And Blink's done. Oh my God, he's going to get it. Perfect game here from Trap. And this, oh ho ho!
Yeah. Yeah, not surprised to see that, GG. It's just like everything went wrong for way too long.
Yeah.
Like, if he didn't GG there, we would be talking right now, like, okay, what theoretically can you do to come back right now?
Maru taps out, and you know what's even, okay, this is the craziest day of the year in GSL. What if Maru gets eliminated first?
Yeah.
Dream gets out first.
What if Junior Green Wings isn't in the finals of every championship for the whole year?
I would welcome that change. Maru, I don't know, guys. It's 2020. Everything is different. The landscape of StarCraft shifts very quickly. We're going to go into one thing that is just not true in StarCraft, Eternal Empire. It seems like nobody can really stay on top for that long.
Yeah. Well, this is our big macro map. So maybe we see a nice, drawn-out TVP. So who's better in the late game?
All right, game 2's loaded up. Trap versus Maru. Trap with a 1-0 lead.
경기가 준비되었다. 한번 시작해 볼까? 진에어 그린윙스 트랩 조성호. 진에어 그린윙스 마루 조성주.
Okay, I'm really excited to see that Trap strategically prepped well enough to take out Maru, a 4-time first place GSL champion. That is really cool.
It was a cool build, yeah. He brought something a little bit different that game, and it definitely paid off.
We don't know what a standard game would look for these guys, but we might not even have to care. It's possible that Trap will simply plan accordingly. Bop him.
Yeah, maybe. Maru, of course, able to do that as well, though.
We have the most unexpected results over and over and over here. All three of our best of threes we've casted, the results have been just... And by the way, this doesn't really ever happen. We have like an upset here or there, but usually, you know, the past mattered a little bit. Okay?
Normally the past matters. Yeah.
I feel like the universe is up there just rolling dice and losing money right now. Like, what?
We got to lose sometimes.
Yeah.
Maybe this is the moment that we're going to be like, oh, that's when we realized we were in the new era.
Yeah, that's when we realized this is definitely, even this is part of the simulation.
But also, it could be a situation, because, like, Cyril just won DreamHack, right? Because there was like a few months in there where I'm thinking to myself, maybe he's not the best player in the world anymore. And then it's like, oh, never mind. So that might be what's happening here. Like, Dream's having a great day and all this, but then, like, Maru wins the next 2 GSL seasons. We're like, oh, okay.
Okay, sorry, yeah. That other thing was a glitch in the Matrix.
Yeah. Anything's possible, though. Little Reaper Scout. It is a triple command center here from Maru, so a very macro-oriented build.
Will there be anything exploitative? Citizen's arrest there. Will there be anything Okay, no, he's going to go back into the normal build. Which actually, this could work well against what Maru is doing.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Do you think he'll go 4 gates, or do you think he'll go 3 gates?
I don't know. I think he'll go 3, but maybe he'll go 4.
Yeah.
How's that?
I did not like his 4-gate play.
How's that for brave casting by me? He could do this or he could do that. I don't want to pick a side.
You're wonderful. It's so easy to bounce things off you.
Thank you.
Because the thing is, when I ask you, Tasteless, I don't actually care what you think. I just want to
You're
say
just
what
waiting
I
for
think.
your turn. You're like, I like it how we do it. You're like, yeah, anyways, Tasteless, it's going to be 4 gates.
Tasteless, I love when you say something I can disagree with.
It's funny you think it's like that, Tasteless, because it's really like this. Stim has started.
Yeah, look at that.
But Blink has barded.
Look at the third Nexus. It's not 3-gate, it's not 4-gate, Tasteless. So you tried to cover all your bases, but you actually did not.
Oh, Tasteless. How embarrassing.
How embarrassing. Oh, I'm so glad I'm not you right now. Oh.
This is what they call the proverbial egg on the face of the caster here.
So very greedy builds on both sides.
I like this, though. I want to see what kind of game we're going to have if it goes on for a long period of time. Again, Maru, you know, he kind of can do it all in the late game. That's why the results with the Solar games were so insane.
Yeah.
Where it's like, wow, did he actually just beat Maru at his own game? With Trap, I'm curious. I mean, Trap historically has just been a total phenomenon, but it just seems like lately he's not been as good. He's not been bad, but...
Well, yeah, I think with Trap, he's kept his form better than most Protoss.
Yeah.
I think it's just, right now, it's hard for Protoss. It just is.
It's like...
Protoss are not winning
Protoss
tournaments.
are basically in the spot where they were in the entire campaign. Oh! Not today, though.
That is such a big
This
pickoff.
is just...
That is such a big pickoff. And now the Observer just flies back out.
Yeah.
It's like,
gonna kill that.
now I got that too. Wow.
Goes back home. Only value. Only value.
Well. Okay. Just going to add his Raxes, go up to 5.
With charge lots.
Your forces are under attack.
Charge lots, when I think about it, that sounds like a discount Protoss store. Like, oh, I'm just going to go to charge lots. You want me to pick up anything for you?
Yeah, get me a prism.
Yeah, give me one of those dollar prisms.
Yeah. Well, right now, just kind of a powering phase. Maru going to land this third base. He's getting all his production online. Trap, same type of deal. You got that very quick third Nexus. His economy's looking pretty good.
Observer going to poke up.
Trap is really focusing on getting his army together.
Trap's
right now.
really on top of this. He's not moving that Observer too much with the army around. Just getting enough to confirm. He's also sieging it in pretty good spots where it's hard to notice.
I like the double turret to stop that incoming
Yeah,
prism.
let's see if Trap pulls away in time.
Yeah. You expect the prism to come in.
Yeah.
Oh, is he going to lead with the Observer? Now, this is the type of thing that's... Okay, I was going to say, if he led with the Observer, that would be the type of mind game thing that we talk about a lot. Knowing that Maru will have 2 turrets at this time.
Look at this.
Yeah, it just flies around where they are.
Perfect multi-pronged attack here.
Look at that. Beautiful block with the SCVs. I love it. Buys him so much time. Just clears this up very, very quickly, considering.
Not overcommitting here. Oh, that's painful. More zealots. More zeely wheelies, Artosis.
Yeah.
Bop, 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 bop.
Not looking super hot for Maru here. Had his force trying to hit the third base during all this. Doesn't really find any damage at all. Just has to run away.
15, 16 SCVs.
17 SCVs.
17 SCVs.
18 SCVs.
Look at this. 18 SCVs.
There we go.
He's like, I'll just take a 4th. I'm trapped.
Yeah,
The Observer lives on. The wreckage, Maru's economy.
Yeah, he's still got an okay worker count, but he's gained no ground, no footing.
Storm is halfway through as well. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, he's got his armory finished up, so I guess he can start more upgrades, but he is on the back foot going into the late game if he just starts 2-2 and sits. Yeah, he's adding a couple gases, so he's definitely going to bring this longer, which is probably the best choice, right? There's no sort of kill potential. Trap has enough vision, and he's sitting back. You can't do much.
I love this.
Man.
And this is actually, I think, a big warp in that's going to be worth.
Yeah.
Now, the warp prism will be picked off here, but, I mean, it's just more and more and more damage.
Yeah, this doesn't even have to do very much.
Is there a reason why you try to get the armory of all the buildings?
Maybe just uncloak the mines. It's, yeah.
I just wondered because I saw the eBay there too, I thought.
Yeah, I think he didn't have the proper surface area for the eBay.
Yeah, okay.
If you click on that eBay there, yeah, I think he actually saves everything.
Oh my god, the catch on the mines.
Oh.
Maru. I don't know about this, guys.
I know about this, Tasteless. Finally gonna get a PPZ today.
A what?
P
Those are two
Z
alphabet letters that I thought I'd never see next to each other.
Yeah, no, there's no words that start with PZ.
Yeah.
You're definitely kind of right about that. I guess he's getting into full tech right now.
Yeah.
There are some ghosts being added in, so Maru's still going to build a strong army.
Yeah, he's just going to have to do it on 3 bases under very tight conditions.
Yeah.
He's got his worker count back into, you know, real power mode, but again, everything's been slowed down.
Trap just basically, what's happening here, like, yeah, you see Maru, I almost called him Mario, that's funny. You see Maru, like, he's gotten himself into some good supply, he's getting good upgrades, he's got a good worker count, right? You see all those things?
Yeah.
The thing is, Trap has everything in time. A lot of the times what happens in a more even game is Terran is kind of pressuring and Protoss is, like, just barely not ready and having to make moves to be ready.
Yeah. No, Protoss is very comfortable right now.
Yes. He has everything he needs, everything he wants. Like, his Colossus are all going to be out. There's no counter to Colossus yet, right? He already has High Templars. Okay, the Ghosts are coming out now. So Maru is a step behind tech-wise.
And I think actually Terran's going to be fine against counterattacks here. The wall in with the bunker is pretty good.
Yeah. Looks like not going to be able to do very much right there. Maru getting ready to take another base. I like Maru's approach. Like, he's got to take it long, and he's adding his second starport, but again, we're about to be on either, are we going to be on 4 Colossus now? Yeah, 4 Colossus. So he's got 2 Vikings against 4 Colossus, so it's just like how look at this, it's 12 High Templars against 6 Ghosts, 4 Colossus against 2 Vikings. Instead of having everything slightly ahead, he has everything slightly behind, and Trap is completely aware of this. He's just in such a comfortable spot.
Now, Trap hasn't closed the game out yet.
Yeah.
And that's why we want to see if Maru can, you know, weather this.
And those big advantages that Trap had, the longer you go into the game, the advantages do shrink a little bit.
Yeah, Maru is catching up.
Like, Trap is staying a bit ahead. He's gotten into everything he wants, and there hasn't been any damage to him. But, you know, the margins are a little bit harder to close anything out on.
Yeah. Okay, nice storms here, really,
yeah,
you know, bruising that army pretty badly. And I think with another, oh my god, with another blink here as well. No, I guess the cooldown isn't quite long enough. A counterattack over on the side here, but again, Trap seems to kind of sort of be everywhere.
Making more Vikings right now. Maru's buying himself some time. He's got 12 o'clock up. He's running around with the little groups. It's okay for him to lose a few units here and there. It doesn't matter that much. What he's got to do, though, is have a very good engagement, right? He needs his Vikings to knock out the Prism and the Colossi, and he needs to EMP the Ghosts. And then we're getting into a territory where Maru can win this game.
Well, it looks like the fight will probably be...
Oh, this is bad for Trap. What is he doing right there?
Really out of position here. Some nice storms, almost more of zoning storms here. Plenty more storms still to come, though.
Some good EMPs do end up coming down.
Oh my god, this is so much damage here. An attack from behind, hitting the Colossi here and the Templars.
A bit of a disjointed attack here from Trap.
Well, he takes out all the Colossi.
Yeah.
But I worry there's just too much Protoss everything else, right? I mean, you got step 1 finished here, but did you lose too much in the process to where it really doesn't matter what you have because this many Zealots, Stalkers, Immortals, and Archons is going to flatten you. no matter who you are.
Excellent EMPs come down, but excellent EMPs may not be enough.
There's still so many zealots that you would have to fire through to even get close to these Archons.
Yeah.
This is also going to, well, first of all, the third base is going to go down, and then this means the fourth base is free. GG.
Trap goes Maru. Maru out in the round of 16. No Maru in the round of 8.
This is our reality.
Yeah, not having the greatest
I feel
year.
like I'm about to wake up gasping in my bed and then realize I'm late for work and I got to come down to the studio and tell Artosis about the crazy dream I had where Dream got out first and Maru was eliminated first.
What does it mean?
What does it mean?
All right, well, Maru, sorry, maybe next season. No 5th GSL title this time.
Nope, not even close.
No, not even close. That means Trap goes on to fight Solar. And I tell you, I only like Trap and Parting in PvZ right now.
Let's see what he
Everyone
can do.
else has looked super weak.
But you know what, man? If Solar's got CVP like his ZVT, should be really exciting.
성능을 대용량 배터리로 언제 어디서나 더 오래 즐기다. 72Wh 대용량 배터리, 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준, LG 울트라 기어. 듀얼 메모리, 듀얼 저장 장치. 고성능을 듀얼 업그레이드로 더 오랜 기간 즐기다.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
거기 들어와. 그 밑에 걔 잡고. 나이스. 나이스. 됐어.
아 미안해 로나. 화났어?
미안해. 내가 해줄게.
아 잠깐 내가 누르면 안 돼. 아 누르면 안 돼 지금. 잠깐 교교가 무슨 소리야?
좋은 시간 되세요.
From the beginning.
Hit it, boy. 너무 많이 마셨다.
청정제주 숙취비법과 탄산의 만남. 숙취엔 가스강.
여기 열었습니다.
이상한데? 이렇게 작아. 너무 안 보이는데? 보이지가 않잖아. 쓸 수가
아니
없는데?
너 키워보라고.
성능을 17대 화면으로 언제 어디서나 더 크게 즐기다. WQXGA 초고화질의 17대 화면, 16대10 최적의 화면비. 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준, LG 울트라 기어.
싱그러운 청귤이 사이다를 더 청량하게. 새로움을 마시다.
실성 사이다.
라면이요.
자 이게
나왔습니다.
잠깐만 들어주세요. 잠깐. 빨리 나와요 이거.
음료 나왔습니다.
From the beginning.
숙취 이제 탄산으로. 청정제주 숙취비법과 탄산의 만남. 숙취엔 가스강.
성능을 언제 어디서나 가볍게 즐기다. 지포스 GTX 1650 그래픽 최신 인텔 10세대 프로세서 탑재. 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준 LG 울트라 기어.
상큼한 복숭아가 사이다를 더 청량하게. 새로움을 마시다.
실성 사이다. 취했나?
청정제주 숙취비법과 탄산의 만남. 숙취엔 가스강.
잡아 킬 흐림님 힐 그렇지 나 힐 이천수리끈 온다 잡아 바닥 바로
From the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
고고! 핫식스!
울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
야, 우리 진짜 한 판만 더 이기면 돼.
야 그럼 나 화장실 좀 갔다 올게.
야, 어디가?
금방.
자, 이 정도. 20여 명의 학생들이 컴퓨터 게임에 몰입하고 있는 또 다른 PC방. PC방의 전원을 꺼보겠습니다.
From the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
고고! 핫식스! He's done it now 4 times in a row. He is your GSL Codes champion. He has done it! 뜨거운 박수로 결승전 대결의 시작하겠습니다.
Round of 16. Maru, Sola, Tre, Africa TV Playground Studio Live 2020 GSL Season 2 Codes The Coming Storm.
Artosis.
Yo.
I checked the time machine. We've come into the wrong reality bubble. This is the one where Dream is the best player and Maru never wins a GSL.
You know what? I kind of like this one. This is an interesting one.
Okay, should we just stay here?
What else is different about this time
No one
bubble?
has toes. This is the one where everybody has flippers for feet.
Does that make us more powerful or
Yes,
less powerful?
But I cannot paint my toenails, so there's that as well.
But if we came into the reality, we would still have our toes.
I'm not taking my shoes off to find out. I don't know.
You're one of them!
Ah! Okay, this is it. This is the final match for Group C. And like literally every game has been an upset because it's the upside down world.
So who's supposed to win this then?
Trap's supposed to win this in the upside down world.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, in the upside down world, not in the normal world.
In the normal world, Solar's supposed to win.
Okay, got
Yeah.
you. Got you. Let's do it.
Yeah, but they still have toenails.
Okay.
Toes.
It's important.
Yeah.
시작해볼까?
You ever think of how Ninja Turtles' foot, it would not be fun to paint your toenails? You only have 2 toes. There's not a lot you can do with that.
Honestly, I never think about any of these things. No, Tasus. No, you creepy weirdo. I don't ever think about that.
Never? Not even once?
Not even one time.
Not even all the time when I'm trying to cast with you and you're trying to listen to what I'm saying, but you can't stop thinking about it? Not even then?
Not even then.
Okay.
And trust me, I'm trying to think about anything but what you're saying.
강민수.
So
because it's the upside down, inside out world, Trap is going to win in a decisive macro PvZ with no adept timings.
no adept timings?
Yes.
What?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
It's impossible.
Or not I should say not adept all-ins or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna play safe, tech into carriers.
I want to see it
Win
badly.
from there. Yeah, well, it's
Dude,
okay.
The most refreshing PvZs for me so far this year were Estrella's game against Dark.
Yeah, I still think about that.
That was an amazing game, and I want to see more games that look like that. And other than that, I liked Trap's series in the round of 24. He played it really clean PvZs, just really well done, but a more normal style. I mean, I think that's the best we can hope for here from Trap, right? Is that really, really clean PvZ play that we saw from him before.
The games with Trap against Maru were pretty exceptional as well. It's kind of crazy to see that Trap was able to take down Maru in such decisive fashion, whereas Dream completely owned Trap. Trap looked like it was his first time playing that matchup, like he was all over the place.
Well, we see the Twilight, so don't get too excited here. It's probably for Glaves.
Well, what exactly would Trap need to have to really try to take on a player like Solar? Because Solar is looking like in his best form yet.
I wonder if this is going to be charged. Well, he needs to be completely clean like he was in the previous round.
Yeah.
I think that's the most important
It
thing.
does seem like Protoss is a race that can't make any mistakes anymore in early game PvZ.
Absolutely.
And be okay. Like
Absolutely.
it's just not, it's not allowed. It's banned. And looky here, Adept.
Yeah, really
Glaves.
well optimized here from Trap.
Gloves.
Gloves.
Yeah.
See how many gates he goes up to.
Gloves. Adept gloves.
Adept gloves.
Yeah.
That would be way cooler.
Yeah.
If it wasn't Glaves, but it's gloves.
They
You're
just have
up to
cool
Adept
gloves that go all the way up to their elbows.
Yeah, so when they throw their little shiny disc things, they're
Yeah.
like, they shoot them quicker. 'Cause
Yeah.
they're like nice gloves.
It's easier to hold their disc things.
Yeah. Did you ever wear a gaming glove, Tasus?
Like a Nintendo Power Glove?
No, like Remember Sun Glove?
Yes.
Yeah, like that. Like
kind
a
of glove I
that,
put on my
a glove
hand.
that's marketed to people as like wear this glove to play the game.
I mean, if it helped me, I guess.
Okay.
We should start a new scam called Gamer Hats, and it's just like dumb hats people wear that we say makes them smarter. You know?
And it's actually perfect because only our target demographic would buy them, stupid people.
Yeah. Okay, the push is coming out. We have the Adepts warping in.
Yeah, a spine being made.
Their gloves are done. They're resonating gloves.
Almost done.
Almost done.
10 seconds. All right, here comes the first shade.
Ready? And it's going to be like right then. All right, gloves done. Grip is better. Some good wrist protection. Dark Shrine next. Now, again, there's actually a lot of different Protoss timing attacks that, I mean, you know, I think the early days of Zerg was trying to figure out which timing attack, but it seems like this is becoming a more and more understood matchup, which is why it's harder to win with these kind of timing attacks, frankly, as Protoss.
Yeah, well, right now he's trying to keep pressure on, and then, you know, hopefully warping some DTs for some extra damage. We'll see if this works out for him.
So
he's going to be able to do another round of Adepts before the DTs come in, though.
So basically, the Lings, if they can track the shade enough, it's never worthwhile to shade forward, or to finish the shade, I should say. Yeah. So you basically try to stalk those units.
He warped in Adepts at home. I wonder why he did that. He did 4 Adepts at home instead of up front.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe he wants to make it look like, okay, it's done, when in fact the DT drop's going to come in here very soon.
Huh. Okay, well, the Prism's coming back with Adepts in it.
Adapts, Artosis, with gloves.
Gloved Adepts. Okay, warps into the 3 DTs. Oh my god, the layer is not done, and he does not have a spawn.
Oh my god. I love PvZ in the upside-down, inside-out world.
All right, well, he's going to get that.
Yeah, this could be possibly game-ending here. This is really bad.
Yeah, you see this 1 DT that's walking around. That is to try to make sure that there's no spores around.
Yeah. Okay, now transfuses are coming down, but you can't transfuse fast enough with 3 DTs, and he brings it back home.
I'm not entirely sure why he dropped the Adepts off. That didn't change the math of anything, but did lose him Adepts.
That's true. And, I mean, this is a Zerg trying to restart the layer. I guess actually the layer started again at another hatchery. But look, this is a Zerg trying to get into mid-game.
Yeah.
After losing one of the 3 mining locations. Protoss is looking great. And I think a lot of this was the Adepts walking home.
You think so?
A lot of players, okay, hear me out. A lot of players will try to have the Adepts hit somewhere else as the DTs come in. No one ever just sends them all the way home and then sends the DTs in, right? So it just doesn't look like, it looks like for sure everything's done.
Yeah, I guess so.
So it's like not the most
Maybe you think an immortal
efficient
push
way to
coming or
play,
something.
but it's like,
okay,
you're just not thinking DTs then.
Okay, and you?
Yeah, maybe Immortal Harass.
Yeah. Oh. Maybe Colossus coming up. I actually really like that. It could be Disruptors as well. I think that Disruptors are undervalued in this matchup right now.
I mean, right now, Trap is really playing exactly the kind of PvZ you need to win. Another DT comes in.
Well, when you get a hatch, I mean, that's...
Whoa, get a drone. What are you doing?
He's just trying to be one of the boys?
Yeah, he's trying to be one of the drones.
Oh, man. Bad things occurring right now to Solar.
Yeah, Solar is hurting right now. 6 drones killed. Actually, 7 before that one's taken out. Solar's trying to take a 4th in the bottom right. Pretty far away location. There's a chance Protoss doesn't check that right away. That's not where Zerg ever takes a 4th, which is why Zerg's taking a 4th there, because Zerg's behind.
Thermal Lance started up right before we switched taps, so we know that Colossus is going to be the tech of choice here.
And really, Trap not overextending here, not at all.
No, he's really not. I also find it interesting that it's single Robo Colossus. You don't see that all that often.
Yep, very good
A lot of
point.
times when you're doing Colossus, you do double Robo to speed out 3 to 4. Because you want to basically hit like a timing with them, because they kind of don't do that well later on.
Where are the resources going then if it's not double robo?
Just more bases.
Oh, okay.
I think he's done enough damage that he absolutely does not need to do a timing attack right now. He can just grow naturally, right? Add some splash into his army, continue to get some upgrades, continue to expand.
Yeah, I guess Protoss just wants to max out and push. The damage has been done.
Yeah.
Secure the fourth. That should your fourth base should be set up and safe by the time it's time to attack out. You don't, I guess, really need to even be that fancy this part of the game.
Yeah,
in fact, even trying to be fancy could put you at risk.
It might. The only thing is that the composition that he's making right now, it's like heavily Blink Colossus. It's not completely Blink Colossus, so there's other stuff in there, but it's not really the greatest composition. It is more of a timing attack looking composition with some non-timing attack looking units in it, but then also adepts, which are, those don't scale well either, right? So looking at this all together, it's a weird looking army is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, the Stalkers blink down. I think there's no way to salvage this hatchery. The Adepts, by the way, did a good job drawing a lot of the Banelings back over here. This base goes down, and I actually think the Protoss keeps the ball rolling.
Yeah.
I think you then just go right down this ramp and take the next fight.
Absolutely.
And just try to push through and end this game.
Also, he's put him into a funny position where he's making Corruptors, but the Colossus count is at that weird number where you're not even sure if you want Corruptors against it.
Yeah, it's such a small number that if you overmake Corruptors, you don't have any utility with them.
Like 4 Colossus, yeah, go mad on Corruptors, but when you got 3, it's like, oh, that's kind of the more in-between number.
So now the, yeah, I mean, it's 4 base versus 4 base again, so Zerg is still behind. Trap, I think, is just playing the perfect game. He really is.
Yeah.
He's regrouped. He's opened up the center in case he needs to push from there or retreat and go back home. Some Banes are going to come through here. Now, this is pretty important damage, but Trap so far seems to be, well, spoke too soon. 6 probes are killed. I thought he was going to pull away a little bit more. Do we have no observer with this army?
Yeah, I guess not.
Yeah, kind of weird. So I guess it's just going to be a fight on the creep all the way. The Baneling's nest goes down, so the Banes you see now is what Zerg is going to have for the bulk of this fight.
Oh, man. Well, the Archons and Stalkers absorbing quite a bit right there.
Yeah.
I mean, Biles are going down. He actually blinks forward into the army. He just has such a large force right now. I don't think that there's anything Solar can do.
Yeah, this is just too much Protoss, everything but the Colossi. And it looks like Trap wins game 1 as the Bizarro world continues.
Good play from Trap. I mean, the DT warping with the Adept drop into the main base to kill the lair while it's basically right after it finishes. Not something I saw coming, that's for sure.
I know that you want to hang out after this, Artosis, and grab a beer, but I got to go home to my 4 kids. This is the Bizarro world, GSL, where I have the family.
Oh my gosh.
And you're the bachelor.
Oh. Yay, let's stay here.
Okay, let's wrap this up. Trap going to 2-0. An opposite day.
There's no way. Ice and Chrome coming up next.
Yeah.
Solar does not want to drop out now. But we need that second Protoss in the round.
We need the Protoss to move on. Sorry, Solar. Game 2 is loaded up. Trap versus Solar. Let's go. Let's go!
경기가 준비되었다. 한번 시작해볼까? 진에어 그린윙스 트랩 조성호.
One of the last Protosses. They say they'll be extinct by 2025.
솔라 강민수.
This is like one of those National Geographic or any of those David Attenborough nature docs where the predator, in this case, is the Zerg. And the colorful bird that we're all rooting for is the Protoss.
Yeah. And there's just one type of this colorful bird.
Yeah.
That actually sometimes kills the wild animals.
Yeah, right now, basically, Solar is like an owl.
Yeah.
And then Trap is like some kind of hummingbird that can change its chest color.
Yeah.
To trick the owl into thinking it's a fruit or something like that, and therefore not edible.
And then Parting is a hummingbird, which is carrying around a little knife and fights the owl.
Yeah, the hummingbird with a bee stinger. Yeah.
Yeah.
A bee stinger and a switchblade.
Oh. I like the visual of that.
Yeah.
Trap also wants a bee stinger and a bird and a blade.
Yeah. But Trap is not born with a bee stinger.
No, he was
or
not.
thumbs to use a switchblade.
No.
Yeah.
It's got
So
little
it has
bird
to,
feet, though.
It has
Those
to
things are
puff
pretty
its
cool.
chest out.
And change the color a
and
whole
change
lot.
the color a lot, but it takes a lot of oxygen. And
yeah,
this thing's going to be dead very soon. There's not going to be any more of these, all right? Unless we start making them with the Jurassic Park style cloning. But then if we start to clone the Protoss players and bring them back, we're going to start making amusement parks where we think that it's safe to have a party in a trap caged up. And wait until we find out they can open doors.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my God.
Protoss, though? Open doors?
They can learn Artosis.
I guess so.
I can just see you with your Jurassic Park security outfit laughing at that, and then you get eaten. You're going, clever girl. And they come get you.
But I won't say clever. I'm like, you're so bad.
You're
and
so
I play my run I play you. They come in from the sides.
Yeah.
I'm like, damn cheesers as I die.
Can you imagine you're about to be eaten by a raptor and you say clever girl? Like, of all the things you could think of as like nice moves, like, it looks like you hunted me.
Yeah, he's a good sportsman.
I would have been like this. I'd have been like, a raptor! And I would just be eaten.
Well, maybe when you say clever girl, it's like kind of like GG.
Yeah, that is like GG.
It's good to the end.
I would have tried to say GG, but I would have misspelled it and said something else. I would have been like trying to type in what I want to say.
GJ!
And then I would have hit backspace and been eliminated, and I would have gotten my words out.
Tastes in a GG's bad
Does a
manner.
GG's bad matter? Getting eaten by a raptor, seriously. So.
Waves build.
Gloves.
I bet you he does not go Dark Shrine this time.
Oh, I don't think he goes Dark Shrine anymore in the series. I think he's going to have some other kind of build here. But what is that build going to be? I don't know.
Yeah.
I think he's going to maybe underproduce Adepts. Maybe go take a third even more quickly.
Sending his gases, the Overlord actually spotting that.
There's a lot of links coming here, Artosis.
Yeah,
24
there's really a lot. I mean, this could be, let's see if he starts warping any like sentries at home or starts an Immortal. Because it could be something like that where you're following up with a really strong 2-base push. Dark Shrine again.
Wow, no kidding. I guess sometimes doing the the least logical thing in a series is sometimes it could be the most unexpected. DTs, you kind of have to go off and on with him, or people are just going to be ready. Because when DTs don't get in there and don't do damage, you're pretty behind. I mean, I know you can make them to Archons, but you're pretty behind. The Zerg will take that situation happily.
Ooh, a little bit risky there with the Adepts. Spore being started. Doesn't want to be caught off guard this time.
Okay.
Picking off some tumors. Pretty good.
Okay, so now what?
You know what is unrealistic about StarCraft?
What?
The Adepts, right? Like, when you cancel the shade at the last second, if you give them that command, you know one or two of them is going to screw up and not cancel it in time.
Yeah, right.
So some of them should finish.
Are they just all like synchronized swimmers?
Yeah, it's just, I can't buy that part of the story.
Yeah, well, no, for me it was Mutas flying in space, but your thing is true too.
They have wings.
Yeah.
This doesn't even know that wings are how you fly. That's so funny.
In space.
He thinks only helicopters can fly for some reason. Like, tasteless,
In
birds
space,
aren't
though.
helicopters, and suddenly tasteless just shuts up for the rest of the day.
Forge, by the way, looks like we're going to be macroing, getting upgrades. And see how this goes.
Yeah, wants to shade in, pick off a couple drones, get picked up.
Wow, that did not do much
No,
of
that
anything.
was,
That was completely
that was
shut
like,
out.
It feels like he changed his mind there. He's like, oh, there's too much over here. And then he's like, oh, that's too far away to pick up.
Yeah. Nothing worked out quite there. One DT's being made. Is this the first DT that's been made this game?
Yeah, it is.
Does he want to try to come in later on with the DTs? Is that the plan, or is it just...
I think he just
one
realized that there was
Archons?
enough defense, and you don't want to cancel the Dark Shine because you are going to need Archons.
Right.
So, yeah, like, if there's no place for it, it's an expensive unit. Just don't make it. We see that occasionally. If you don't think it's going to work, don't warp it in.
Okay, the push comes. And yeah, let's see if Protoss wants to commit. It almost seems like Trap is really just going to be very comfortable with the macro game. But
Yeah.
I want to see how that actually pans out against, oh my god, this Immortal, this is a big catch. Oh. Okay, so the Immortal's going to get saved.
No problem.
But still, this means no recall later on. And, you know, moments like this actually are going to be crucial because this might be a moment where the Protoss army needed to be recalled here. If they can't take this fight, there are links from below trying to come do a counterattack here.
Yeah, definitely some issues happening right now.
Oh, my God. This could be just a big loss here. And maybe a situation you can't even recover from here is Trap. I mean, he lost all those sentries.
A little bit too far out to the front there. It looks like he's
Yeah.
going to go with all of his Immortals, but he lost all of his sentries.
Artosis, 8 mutas on the way. Plenty more Zerglings.
Oh, that's painful. He does have Blink, and the DT sees the mutas before they get to his base, so this gives him a little bit of time to react. Definitely not a good situation, though. Solar has to be feeling very, very good about what's going on here.
All right, so where are the muta's going to hit? It looks like he wants to go to the main. I think that Trap had a pretty good read on this, but Protoss is barely in this game right now. This is a Zerg about to be on 5 bases, hammering at the defenses. Again, this all goes back to the recall on the Immortal, and then, of course, the fact that there was no recall available for the main army, and Solar won a pretty decisive fight, which is propelling him into a massive lead in this game.
Yeah, he bled a little bit too much there. A lot of mutas being made. Okay, this game is going to get really exciting. We don't see a Stargate coming up. So what is going to happen here most likely, if Trap does not straight up die, if he gets an army that can actually fight against this, it should turn into a wild base trade. That's like what normally happens with mass muta. But Trap has to first not die to it and get a big enough army that the mutas become a little bit scared of it. Because if the mutas can fight, they'll go fight and win. If they can't, they'll counter, and then suddenly it just is so hard to hold on.
Mutas come in. Again, their Stalkers are being drawn back as Zerg continues to grow and consume more resources on the map. But there's more mutas right now than there are Stalkers. And even
so
with
many.
good blinking, oh my god, and now there's an opening here at the natural.
He does chase the mutas back. The rest of his army comes up, forces back that little attack.
Okay, pretty good defense, but again, Solar's still maxed out.
Yeah.
Solar still is able to just dump armies into different parts of the map.
And he cannot actually walk out with this army.
Yeah, this is too small.
Mutas will kill that alone. I think that Trap just... He might feel like this game is already a lost cause.
I think he feels like he has to make something happen because he knows he's behind, but this is exactly how you fall into the trap of just getting your army destroyed.
If you can't stop the mutas, that's the issue. All right, well, the Lynx try to come up for a counter here. He does have an Archon mix in, which is so good against this. Oh my god, no anti-air over here. He's bringing up the rest of his Stalkers now.
Wow. The Stalkers take a lot of hull damage. They actually somehow, by miracle, both live through this, but I'm sure they'll be picked off later on.
Yeah.
A dozen more mutas are about to hatch. And
You need Archons, man. You have to get Archons against this. Stalkers cannot win this battle.
Yeah, it's something nice to add in against this, but they're not the final piece.
Oh God, he's actually bringing this army back. Oh, he needs to join up his army. This has potential to get very exciting coming up. Trap's doing a pretty good job of staying alive here, I would say.
Yeah, Trap's movement is pretty incredible here, to be honest.
It's impressive.
I mean, there was like 6 or 7 dive-ins there that could have really messed him up, but he handled it so well.
Look, his army like massacres the ground army of his opponent, but the mutas mess up math here.
Yeah. Well, there's still one Archon in this group. Hopefully he doesn't overextend with it. You know,
Look
1 or
at
2
this.
Archon shots on that group of mutas, that's what you need to have.
He actually needs to target down the Archons with his other units. Like, he has Roach Ravager here. I feel like they should be just targeting the Archon.
Oh my God, an Archon shot. Oh, this army's still pretty sizable. Is it possible that Trap is actually going to have a Hail Mary play here?
I think he just completely
might have just done it.
outmaneuvered Solar.
Yeah, I think he...
Like, this is not really how this should have gone down. Like, Solar should have been going for this type of move from the beginning, I think.
I agree.
And instead, Trap just, like, he went back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and boxed him back to his base.
Beautiful
So he
play.
gets to start the base trade before Solar does.
The Spire will be taken out, so no more mutas.
That's huge.
Keep in mind that Zerkin still has to deal with the recall, which is an inevitability here. Protoss will eventually go back home with the Stalkers and start to defend, but not before. I think the Protoss wants to do a little bit more damage, kind of finalizing the destruction of the infrastructure here. And look, he split up the army perfectly. Every hatch will be popped out. Protoss will go back home, recall, protect the probes.
I think he has some drones that he sent somewhere, probably. Like, that's one of the main things you need to do when you have mutas is make sure you have drones hidden somewhere.
Yeah.
Or that they sneak out before the units get to
Oh
you.
my God, an Archon!
Ooh.
That's actually a pretty big hit. You can see they're all in the yellow now.
It should be healed up before any engagement occurs.
Oh,
But you can see it has turned into this base trade. And the thing is, this should have been worse for Trap than it is. But who knows now? This is one of these crazy situations. Look at this, 100 army supply against 82.
Zerg does not have the minerals to make another hatchery. Oh no, I'm sorry. There's a hatchery being made at the top left. We didn't get it on camera, but it's there.
Yeah, that is very sneaky.
Whoa, 3. Okay.
And look at this. He's going to
More
be able
Prism
to...
goes down.
Yeah.
Solar wins. Looked like it was going to be close,
Trap
but
did.
yeah.
Trap really outmaneuvered him there and made that so much closer than it should have been. Because when you're just going Stalkers, you should not be able to beat someone that's just going Mutiling. And Solar shows why. Even though he starts out late and lost a big chunk of his army beforehand, still wins the base trade. Muta's very, very good at that.
Well, Solar still has a chance. Great PVZs, by the way. Definitely in that game with Trap, the strategy didn't have that much flair. And it does seem like with Protoss, you have to be ready with something. But
he did have like a pretty good army, and he was walking around pretty well. But yeah, there wasn't like anything super sharp about the way he was playing. He was just trying to play a solid game,
which I think was fine. And I even think the counterattack was pretty good by Trap.
You mean that last one he did where he kind of pushed him back and then?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
That was very impressive. It was very good. It's hard to deal with that many mutas, though.
Yeah,
they are.
Stalkers don't beat mutas.
Well, also, I mean, you snipe off the Archons. The Archons really need to be protected very heavily there. A few Archon hits, and then the Stalkers kill all the rest of the mutas.
Yeah.
So
if you have Archons mixed in with your Stalkers, like a decent amount,
like 3 or 4,
they can't attack the Stalkers because the Archons will get hits, and then suddenly, hundreds of damage every shot, thousands of damage.
Splash damage is a funny thing, especially because Mutalisks stack on top of each other so much. The splash is like really distributed to everything there. So it's going to be our last game. You know, I think the tricky part is Protoss have to keep coming up with different crazy strats to try to do some kind of a timing attack or some kind of surprise attack. I think in game 1, the Adepts moving away and then sending the DTs in surprised Solar in such a way that there was nothing he could do. But what else does Trap have? I don't think Trap can do. I mean, maybe Trap will try to do what he did in game 2. I don't know.
He did basically the same thing twice.
Except he didn't spring the DT attack on.
Yes.
Opted out.
So I want to see him open something else.
Okay.
Stargate maybe, like just. It doesn't feel like Glaives should be your every game thing.
Seems like the more Protosses do that, the worse the game gets.
Yeah.
The worse the series gets, I guess you should say.
Yeah.
Everdream is our map. Will there be a cannon rush? Will there be a proxy? Is there some other kind of timing attack? What does Trap have? There's also the possibility that Solar does some kind of crazy aggressive move. He's capable of doing that.
That would be the funniest thing if he wins with the cannon rush.
Sure.
Yep. My God.
Okay, game 3 is ready, the last game of the night. Only one player moves on. Trap or Solar? Let's find out.
한번 시작해볼까? 진에어 그린윙스 트랩 조성호. 솔라 강민수.
Right. See if Trap stays on that Glaives route. Wants to mix it up. I mean, his play is really good. It's really clean. His defense is great. His pressure moves are great. Let's not forget, though, he did mess up. That Immortal was a little bit too far from the shield batteries.
Yep.
He had to use the recall. At the same time, he had a forward army that he lost all the sentries in. Obviously, that is a big, big deal.
Yeah, that was the biggest part of Game 2 for sure.
Yeah,
you know, you force out that
500
recall.
gas of units, like, for nothing, basically.
Actually, I do wonder, you know, I almost forgot about that until you mentioned it. I know I was talking about it in the game, but the ending got so crazy I kind of lost track of the start to finish of that. But I wonder if maybe Trap plays kind of similar to Game 1 and just doesn't get caught with, you know, Ling's forcing a recall before it's time. And you just win.
Yeah, maybe. So, nothing weird here. Just kind of waiting to see if it's going to be a Twilight again. And we'll be seeing that in just a few seconds here as he hits his gas. There it is, Twilight. That doesn't mean it's Glaives right off the bat. It definitely looks like Glaives, but it could be Archon drop with DTs. It could be.
Yeah, I mean, there's still
could
many
be a
more.
charge build possibly, but those are really the only two other options.
Yeah, there's
the
still
charge build is not that good now.
Other forks. Yeah, the charge build is old.
It's really old.
It had a time. I mean, the thing about the charge build is the damage starts to come pretty quickly, so that can be hard to deal with. But
Well, especially with the charge nerf, it's just kind of.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll ever see it again, to be honest.
But at the time when it was used. Yeah, I mean, this is the trick is like, okay, how do you... It does seem like, especially the Korean Protosses still feel like they need to do some kind of a push early. There's some kind of a push game, so...
Well, I think... So, you know, Stargate, part of the reason why Stargate was so popular for so long, there's several reasons. One, it makes it, it's going to be an Archon drop. That's really cool. It's different. And just, you know, by the fact that it's different makes it very cool. But, what was I saying?
Wow, sees the DT shrine too.
Oh, did
that is brutal.
Well,
no surprise.
It's a macro build too, though, right?
I know, but I mean, you want to.
Yeah, you want to spring them. Do you think he'll just make them straight into Archons then instead of try to hit with DTs first?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, I think.
I can't imagine that you still cross your fingers and drop DTs and hope to do something and fly out and make them in Archons.
Yeah. Oh, is he going into only 3 gates? Okay. Yeah, this is a slightly different one where it's not Archon based, it's actually DT based, where you like harass with a couple DTs while taking a third. And then eventually you can get into Archons, but you're not actually putting as much money into it as the older builds. It's kind of like pretending you're doing it. Because really, I mean, the Archon drops don't do anywhere near as much as they used to. It's kind of like their rope openings.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Okay, not bad.
Yeah, it's all right.
Not that many Lings over here to fight this either. It looks like one Adept is going to go down.
But a couple drones and 3-4 Lings.
Good save. 2 DTs are being made. They're back at home. They're going to be turned into an Archon, I believe. The layer is coming here for the Zerg. No Archon? Okay.
Yeah, I guess they're just going to defend against a Ling counter. Good defense. Can't even think about staying there against that.
Okay.
Meantime, the Adepts, I mean, hey, it's...
Yeah, I mean, this is...
something, I guess.
It's some damage. 2 more kills. 2 more DTs in production as well. And we're going to have the War Prism come back and pick those up. Immortals are being cranked out one by one. We have some other gateways coming here as well. Blink. And it looks like the 3rd base will go up without a scratch, without a dent. There's going to be 1 drop, though.
Yeah, that's kind of cute.
That's kind of, yeah, I mean, I guess Protoss can be spread a little bit thin here. If you're dropping, you're harassing with Adepts, and you have 3 bases up. Maybe your main doesn't have anything to help cover it.
Yeah, yeah.
And maybe this is a great way to just get some kills on workers.
We'll see in a moment here. Nothing
SimCity
there to
pretty
scout
good,
coming
though.
in. Yeah. I don't think he has shield battery or anything up there, so he doesn't have a warp and ready.
No damage dealt over here at the 3rd. Actually, these sentries a little bit too far out. Shield battery coming in pretty handy. Some warpins over here to try to help protect.
Hey.
Wow. Okay, so this is where the damage is starting to add up.
Yeah, a little bit sloppy. I guess he was microing his Archon drop.
I see Queen's pulled here. Is that actually... Are the Queens going to turn around? Okay, I thought he was doing some kind of all-in. Which looked like a weird angle to send Queens down at, but...
Yeah, I think they're all just like looking at other places on screens for all these... Because we're seeing a bunch of minor mistakes being made.
Yeah.
But that's because we're looking at an area that they are not.
So the drop overlord will be picked off. And yeah, let's start getting this Archon drop on. Let's see how much damage can be dealt over here. Protoss is starting to see if they can't get some work done.
All right, I mean, a couple drones here and there, a few Lings. Honestly, I feel like Solar is kind of getting a bit more done.
Yeah, I feel like Solar's playing a slightly better game here.
Yeah,
I think
slightly.
that the ideas from Trap are still really good, but as far as who's taking little bits of a lead here, looks like it's Solar. And this appears to be a game where it's going to lead up into a big attack here from the Zerg. Zerg's going to be maxing out pretty quickly here with Roach Ravager. Might have some Banes thrown in there as well. Take a 4th, start to roam, look for a fight.
All right, gonna scout out what's going on. It's just continuing the same path. Trap, not afraid of these macro games at all.
No, he's not shying away from them.
Fourth base is up.
Oh, this DT got in there. I didn't even notice this.
Yeah, really nice.
Okay, now.
Totally worth.
Recall pulls that DT away. The Zerg's 4th is finishing up. There's drones mining from it now.
Yeah, Solar sending in yet another scout here, just trying to figure out what's going on.
It seems like Trap is probably going to take a 4th, cover it with defense, and then try to push. Just like we saw in Game 2. Now, it also appears that Solar is going to be pretty confident when we get into you know, a push game. He's actually destroying rocks and opening up parts of the map. You know, these DTs that are just walking through are actually doing a lot. Oh, unless they don't target drones. I guess you can just kill the Queen and then kill the drones, but I feel like, well, hold on. Here we go. Here we go. Push is coming in. Bane's coming in from the side here. Connects mostly on an Archon. Ravagers are here. This surface area, it's very hard to actually push through it. It's a very tight bottleneck.
Yeah, but he does have this high ground advantage. There's full vision for Zerk because he's walking over creep tumors during this. But
that's true.
Looks like it's time for him to go. He throws down a few force fields here with those new sentries. Wow, some really good micro here from Trap. Look at this.
The Warp Prism is safely in the back. Another Warpman round is coming. Drones are being pulled. I actually think there's too much here for Trap. I think he did it. GG, Bizarro World GSL is complete.
Wow. And Trap advances to that round of 8. Well deserved. Taking down both Maru and Solar. Solar, after playing those games against Maru to not get out of the group, seems like a travesty, doesn't it?
That is a bummer. But you know what also, Artosis?
What?
We've got a Protoss in the round of 8. A different kind of Protoss. Solar, I feel for him, but look, he can play that well. Imagine him in the future. He seems to be just getting better and better.
Yeah.
The best group we've ever seen, I think, as far as play from Solar. Even though he lost.
Yeah, his play against Maru was spectacular.
We got an interview now with Trap. Let's see how he's feeling. He has managed to survive to the round of 8.
And
the second place of Group C, Trap, moves on to the round of 8.
선수 만나보겠습니다. 축하드립니다.
Congratulations. Thank you.
네. 자, 오늘 2위 진출이지만
Today you
그래도
secured
5연속
second place in
8강
Group C.
꾸준한 성적을 냈습니다.
But you
먼저
have
진출
been
소감
to the round of
어떠신가요?
8 5 consecutive times. How do you feel?
처음에 져가지고
Well, at first I lost and I had to play against Maru in the losers match, and that was the worst situation possible.
그래도 최종 둘 다 떨어지는 것보다
However,
이게 낫다고 생각해서 다행인 것 같아요.
rather than two
자,
junior
오늘
players
최종전
getting
통해서
eliminated, I think it's
진출하게
good that
됐습니다.
at least one made it
아주
here.
영리한 심리전으로 시작을 했죠.
And you know that you were some clever mind games going on today.
사도 암흑기사가 대성공을
And the Adept
거뒀습니다.
and the Dark
이게
Templars worked out so
직접
well.
암흑 성소를 확인하지 않는 이상 이기는 빌드일까요?
And so, you know, how was this build?
확인을 해도 좀 상관없다는 생각으로 준비를 하긴
You know, even if I get observed, this build is pretty
상황이 제가
strong.
원하는 대로 나오진 않더라고요.
And the situation didn't go the way I
두 번째 게임에서는
intended to.
상황을 좀 잘못 읽었던 것 같아요.
And I think in the later match, I think I was unable to read the
그래도
situation
오늘
well.
이렇게 최종전을 통해서 진출하게
But in the
됐는데요.
final match, you did win and then
조성우
move on.
선수가 테란전을 아주 잘하시고
And Trap,
또
you know, you're a
같은 팀
renowned
조성주마저
PvT
2대
player.
0으로 이기는 실력이
And you defeated Maru 2-0 as well.
선수에게 패배한 건 스스로도 좀 놀라셨을 것 같으세요.
So I'm sure you were very
좀
surprised when you
어떤
lost
생각이
Dream
드셨어요?
today. So what went through your mind when you lost?
너무 압도를 당해가지고
You know, I got like overwhelmed by
당황하긴
him.
했는데 그래도 떨어지고서 내심 조준혁 선수가
But
내려오길
you know,
잘했었어요.
after losing, I actually
복수하려고.
hoped Dream would get eliminated.
를 맞춤당한 것 같아서 그래서 좀
You know, I think I was my build was to like
다시
counter.
만나자라는 그 생각이
So you know, I had the mindset to play against him again, but you know, Dream was so good and he advanced in first place.
다시 만나진 못했는데요. 자, 그래도 다음에 기회가 있습니다.
But despite that, I think you will have your chance later on.
됐죠. 자,
But now you
앞으로
go on to round of 8.
1위와 8강
So you'll be
경기를
playing
치르실
against the first
텐데요.
place of Group D.
진에어, 김도우,
And as mentioned
이병렬
before, the Group
선수가
D is
나을까요?
stacked.
아니면
You know, Cure,
풋풋전이
Zest,
나을까요?
Rogue, Stats.
풋풋전이 나은 것
You
같아요.
know, I'd rather prefer the
자,
PvP actually.
주성우 선수와 김대엽 선수와의 대결이 훨씬 나을까요?
So playing against Zest and Stats is better.
강렬이랑 하는 것보단 그게 나은 것 같고요.
Yes, rather than playing against Rogue, I think that's better.
풋풋전을 솔직히 제가 제일 잘한다고
And
생각하고
before the
있었는데
patch, I actually saw PvP was my best
되고 나서는
shot.
좀 게임이 너무
But after the
공적인
patch,
요소가 많아진 것 같아요.
I think
그래가지고
you know, Protoss is not looking good right
좀
now.
요즘 풋풋전이 어렵긴 한데
So PvP is
그래도
hard.
저그전보다는 풋풋전 만나는 게 나은
But
것
it's
같아요.
still better than
저그전보다는
PvP.
풋풋전이다 이야기하셨는데요. 자, 5연속 8강 아주
And
꾸준한
this is the
모습
round of 8,
보여주고
5
계십니다.
consecutive times for you.
그래도 다시 높은 곳까지
So you know,
올라가셔야죠.
you still have to
마지막 한마디
aim
들어보겠습니다.
higher in the match. So anything you want to say?
제가 8강으로는 만족을 못 하겠고요.
You know, I'm not satisfied with the round of 8.
열심히 해가지고
I'm gonna try harder.
우승까지도 해보겠습니다.
And maybe have a shot at the
우승을 이야기하셨는데요. 다시 한번
championship.
2위 진출 축하드립니다.
Once again, congratulations. Thank you.
네, 이렇게 C조의 2위 진출자 진에어 그린힐스 조성호 선수 만나봤는데요. 오늘 경기 최종 정리 확인해 보시죠.
Thank you, Andy. What a crazy day. Dream and Trap move on.
It's pretty wild.
Maru and Solar are not in the round of 8. Every single game, look, I think this is fair to say, it was an upset. Every single game an upset. Yeah, look at that. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Trap Solar, I think, could have gone either way. Realistically, Trap's had a better last year than Solar has.
Nope. Every game was an upset.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. Every game was an upset.
I think you didn't hear me correctly, Artosis. I said
I like how every game's
game.
an upset, and we have 2-1s in here too. So it's like, what? how could every game be an upset if both sides won?
I'm going to say it one more time. Every game was an upset.
God.
So here are the 6 players that we have in the round of 8. After Saturday's cast, we will have cemented the round of 8. We'll have all 8 players there, and that's when this tournament gets even better.
We have some awesome looking stuff going on here, man. This is crazy. I can't wait to see who comes out on what day of the week we're on. We're on Wednesday. Who comes out Saturday?
Saturday match. Yeah. So we're going to be back in just a couple days, everybody, and we'll be casting these remaining 4 players to move on to our eliminated Cure, Stat, Zest, and Row.
Yeah, we're going to see if what Dream said about Cure stays true. Is Cure going to crush out of his group of finalists from last season? Can one of our big Protoss badasses get out as well?
What about Rogue? He's had a bumpy year this year, but he's one of the greatest Zerg players of all time.
Yeah, well, he's up and down. He wins a tournament, then just bombs out at the next one. That's something that happens.
Stats, Zest, complete opposites as far as Protoss play. Let's see which one manages to move on. It does seem like we're going to have to lean a little bit more towards the macro games in PvZ. Seems like maybe that would be a moment that Stats could do it, but I don't know.
Well, I think Trap's play should give Stats some more hope because Trap is playing more of a style that Stats is good with. Whereas maybe Zest can watch Parting's cannon rushes and figure something out. I don't know. Just make even more adepts. He's like, oh, I fixed the build. I get one more adept now. It's the back-breaking adept.
Well, guys, thank you so much for joining us today. What a really special night this was. I mean, really good games, really exciting. I know that sometimes we have days where it's like the results are ones that we already knew were going to happen, but it's a tournament. We have to let them play it out. But today was just full of surprises. And, you know, the games, the quality of the games themselves are quite good, too.
Yeah. Solar versus Maru, that first game, that was right up there for me.
That was insane.
For the whole year, that was one of the best games, in my opinion. That was a great game.
Really shows you how, you know, to take on a player that is so robust like Maru. Very rarely do you see a game where the longer it's gone on, the further behind Maru is. But Solar did it. Really crazy.
Played fantastically. Sad to see Maru go out, but you know what? He's had his fair share of championships. Time to pass on the torch to someone else like Innovation.
This season has just been great so far. I'm excited. Again, guys, we can't have anybody coming down to the studio yet. We're sorry about that, but this is the whole world right now. No social gathering.
We wanted to have people at the studio, but Tasteless made the executive decision that he doesn't want anyone to have fun. So
I hate fun. I hate fun, Artosis. Yeah. But look, when people can finally travel again with convenience, think about coming and visiting Korea when the pandemic's done and visiting our studio. We'd love to have you guys here. That's all the time we have. Take care of yourselves. Wash your hands, wear a mask, and have a good morning, afternoon, or night wherever you are. Bye-bye.
Unbreakable.